Okay, we're now back on the record. A couple of things before we start. Apparently yesterday there was a lady who wanted to make a public comment, but for some reason was unable to do so, and we got a message maybe last night after the hearing was over. So I wanted to give her an opportunity before we started today to make her comment. I don't know if she is on the line now or whether that's possible. As of 10 minutes ago, we didn't know who it was. Now we at least have a name. So at that, I think the lady's name was Sherry Scott. I don't have an address. But before we begin, Ben, would you check the phone lines and see if
Yes.
see if she's on the line?
Ms. Scott, this is Ben Bellamy with the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Are you on the line? Mrs. Scott?
Well, I assume she isn't.
I don't believe, we never heard a ding, so.
All right, well, Mrs. Scott's not on the line, and if Mrs. Scott is watching or ultimately will watch this remainder of this proceeding, if you can go online to the Public Service Commission's website at psc.ky.gov. You can send an email in, you can write a letter, but anyway, we obviously would love to see your comments. Your comments, whatever they may be, would be taken into consideration in the case. Now, before we begin, I guess with cross-examination of the first witness, Ms. Junker, let's have a discussion about your expert. One, who is your expert? And two, what are their time problems this afternoon?
Thank you. The expert is Dylan Diascendis, and Mr. Diascendis pre-filed testimony in his name. He will also be adopting the testimony of Jennifer Nelson, who is a person in the same consulting firm with him, but has since left. So that's his name, and that's his role or what he will be testifying about. His time limitations are, we got with him yesterday, and he's able to, he's made them for the late afternoon today. So we feel comfortable in continuing with Mr. Cox and completing his rounds of examination, preliminary examination. Then we would like to put on Mr. Diascendis, Ben.
So Mr. Descendis will be available this afternoon, is that correct?
For in the early part of the afternoon, yes.
Early afternoon. Okay, you're talking 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock?
Well, and he says it's somewhat movable, but let's say if we could get him off by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he'll be okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just want to make sure these parties are entitled to cross-examine. And if you're going to put him on, I mean, if he says, well, they can't get through with the cross-examination, then ultimately that's something that we'll have to deal with and you'll have to deal with. I mean, you know, so whatever, if you think we can go on with Mr. Cox, let's go ahead then. And Mr. Bellamy, are you ready to proceed with the cross-examination of Mr. Cox?
Mr. Chairman, before we get started, there was one thing from yesterday that I needed to do if possible. I had one hearing exhibit that I needed to mark as joint interveners hearing exhibit 1, which was the June order in case number 2020-00028, and just move that be admitted into the evidence of the case.
Okay. Any objection?
Your Honor, I think an order of the commission is not exactly evidence. It is a document, and it's already part of the record of the commission and would be available in any review action that might be filed from this case. So
Well,
I don't know. No.
Well, you're right about that. I mean, the commission can take notice of its own orders, but as a hearing exhibit, we've had a policy of allowing those things to go in so that when the record is prepared, there'll be an exhibit that's readily available. So
I
that, your
understand.
motion, Mr. Sanford, will be sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, as long as we're talking about putting things in as exhibits, I had assumed that that the pre-filed testimony is already part of the record and that there's no need to make it a formal exhibit to the hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's already, that testimony is already in the record. But here, this is a, I guess, a hearing exhibit. It makes the record, as far as I'm concerned, maybe easier to deal with and easier for counsel when they brief the case to make sure everything is in this case as opposed to an order in another. So anyway, your motion is sustained, and that will be marked as I guess, homeowners exhibit 1, right?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else before we commence with additional cross-examination, Mr. Cox?
No, sir.
If not, Mr. Bellamy, you may proceed.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I had kind of some follow-up questions that the interveners and the Attorney General had asked. I guess first off, you had mentioned when discussing the number of other utilities or customers served by CSWR, I think you said there was approximately 52,000 connections as of April of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When you say connections, I was curious, what is the distinction between a connection and a customer?
They are the same for us, although there are residential equivalents. So if we service an apartment complex that's got 100 units, we would call that 100 connections, because that's a residential equivalent, would be the caveat on that.
When you serve an industrial customer that would be a residential equivalent of, say, 10 residential customers, would you consider that to be 10 connections, or would that be one connection?
In the count that I gave, the overarching count of the company, we would call that 10 connections. But, obviously, on a billing standpoint, it's one customer.
Okay. I was just curious the distinction between connections and customers. So you said, and I missed the date, when you were speaking to Mr. Sanford, you indicated 85,000 connections as of the end of this year. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. We believe we'll be at 85,000 connections at the end of 2021.
Okay. Do you have any projections, the end of 2022, what you'd be looking at in the number of connections?
Yes. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of regulatory considerations between here and there. The 85,000 that by the end of this year involves mainly cases that have already been filed, acquisition cases, and mainly that have already been filed in a number of jurisdictions. But, we'll probably be 130,000 connections by the end of 2022. Obviously, that's projection. That's not filed yet.
Sure, I understand that. But the 85,000 is things that's already been filed, you think will be likely approved by the end of this year?
Yeah, if they're not already filed, they're very close to being filed.
Could you take a look at Bluegrass Water's objection and response to Commission Staff's fourth request for information, number 12?
Do not have that in front of me.
I think Travis, are you on here? He can probably pull it up. If you want to share your screen, Travis. Travis is staff at the commission who's on here to help with exhibits.
Okay.
So, can you see that?
Oh, no, that's,
Can you zoom in just a little, please, sir?
Yeah.
A little further. Thank you.
So what I'm looking at, this was asked, there was a question asked about the number of, or the customer count for all of the systems that were mentioned in Schedule OHA for all the months from April 2021 through April of 2022. And there's a chart below that, has a chart of the various systems with customer counts, but then you mentioned, looking to acquire approximately 7,000 in Mississippi, 7,000 connections in North Carolina, and 3,200 connections in Arizona. With respect to those mentioned there, do you have a timetable on those connections, the 7,000 in Mississippi, 7,000 in North Carolina, and the 3,200 in Arizona, on when you expect those to close on those systems?
Yeah, obviously, everything I'm talking about, just caveats, dependent on both regulatory approval, final approval by the commissions, various commissions. And, one of the interesting things about buying small distressed utilities is the property rights are very complicated, because typically the previous owners did a very poor job of, getting title and easement. So that's often a barrier to closing. But with all those caveats said, I believe in Mississippi will close this summer. I'm in a hearing in June. North Carolina, we expect to close third or fourth quarter. Arizona just got filed this month. So third or fourth quarter closings of 21 is what I would believe right now, based on what I understand.
Okay. So these would be included in that 8,500 number, or I'm sorry, 85,000 number that you kind of anticipated by the end of the year. So is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you kind of take me through the process, just really briefly, of how you all identify systems and I guess target them for acquisition?
Yes. So we built a database of every water and wastewater system in the United States. So there are 85,000. There's probably approximately 58,000 water utilities and 35,000 sewer utilities in the United States. So it's a highly fragmented market. Just to give you a comparison, England has 17. So what we've realized is these small utilities all over the country, they're small water boards, water districts, they're developer-owned, they become investor-owned utilities, because they were forced to by regulatory reasons, homeowner associations, all of that. So we've sorted those, and really we've gone to states that need our investments. So we've really entered in states that have highly fragmented municipal markets, so a lot of small systems, and states that have a lot of non-compliance, right? So we're trying to, solve the non-compliance problem. Just to give you an idea, I think there's, 50,000 plus Clean Water Act violations issued every year. Over 50% of those are for systems with below 1,000 customers. So the majority of the non-compliance across the country is associated with these small systems. And that's really because these small systems lack the technical, managerial, and financial ability to run the utility, properly. So we go to states like Kentucky that have a ton of small systems that are out of compliance, and then we try and track down contact information based on their permits. Now that's a difficult proposition, because often the EPA does not have contact information listed. So we'll try and go to state databases. So that's how we find the systems to go and speak to owners.
Okay. So I guess who's responsible for identifying and contacting, kind of the research behind identifying the systems and then contacting or trying to contact the people to kind of as an initial contact?
Yeah, so we built that database already, so that kind of lives, that's live for the company. And then we have business development folks who go and track down the actual owners to have conversations with them about selling their systems.
Okay. So that'd be the business development employees are the ones that kind of make first contact with the systems. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And obviously some systems don't want to sell and, they, don't move forward. But if the business development personnel, identify a system that they, they're going to target, or Bluegrass or CSWR is going to target for purchasing, what's the next step at that point? And who's involved in it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the business development team, puts together an offer, sends a contract. Sometimes the sellers are represented by an attorney, sometimes they're not. If they are, then there's some, back and forth between the attorneys in terms of the contract. And then once the contract is signed, then it really becomes part of our, it goes into the engineering and, kind of business analyst side of the company, because that's when we have to start working on both title work, because we have to actually have assets we can close on. And you'd be surprised how many of these utilities don't own the assets they think they do, don't have title to the assets they're running, that kind of thing. And then we start getting regulatory paperwork together to file acquisition cases. And because acquisition cases, they take a decent amount of effort and resources, we try and bundle together systems for a single acquisition case, or at least, collect a bunch of systems to file an acquisition case.
Okay, so, the business development, the business development people, I guess they identify the systems, they come to management, I take it, and, make a presentation about potentially buying, and then a decision's made to purchase the system, is that correct? Or at least make an offer?
Yeah, that's right. So they bring it to us, to management to approve the purchasing system.
And before an offer is made, do you all review the financials of the system, or, who's kind of involved in that process?
Yeah, oftentimes there are no financials to review. So for example, the no discharge systems here in our Kentucky application, they didn't have existing financials. They were tied up with homeowner associations or strange nonprofits. Oftentimes we're buying a sewer water board. There are no financials to review. So we're more interested in the due diligence on understanding what is physically wrong with the systems. Because even the financial records we do get, they may or may not be accurate. And they're not audited, even annual reports are not audited by anyone.
And I know CSWR has legal staff. Would they be involved in, I guess, making the offer and negotiating the contract?
Yes. So we've got a general counsel, and we use outside counsel for most of our purchase contracts.
Outside counsel actually drafts the purchase contracts, or would that be in-house counsel?
We have standard form contracts, so we use for every transaction.
But does CSWR's legal staff participate though in the, negotiation and signing of the contracts and things like that?
Sometimes we're required. Oftentimes we don't have to do it back and forth. It's just that we offer a purchase contract and I sign it. So.
Okay. With respect to the engineering, you all would typically get a third-party engineer to review the systems before you purchase them. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have two phases of engineering. We've got our initial engineering and then our final engineering. So initial engineering is our estimates, what it's going to take to fix the systems, and then final engineering is the actual design for the final improvements.
And you do the initial engineering before the systems are purchased?
That's correct. During the contract phase, we have them under contract. Sometimes during the acquisition cases, just depending on where they're at in the continuum.
And is that engineering review, is that managed by engineering staff at CSWR?
Correct. We have an engineering team internal that reviews that. And also the initial fixes are also reviewed by our operations and maintenance staff as well.
And at that time, you mentioned a financial review. Who's involved in the financial review as part of the due diligence?
So, like I said, the financial review is more, hey, do we think this system fits inside of our statewide goals? We don't look at those on an individual system basis, because on an individual system basis, oftentimes some of these distressed systems would never get fixed.
Okay. You mentioned yesterday when speaking to Mr. Sanford regarding the operator contracts and bidding them out in I guess, phases or tranches. And my understanding is that Bluegrass Water has, with Midwest operators, or Midwest system operators, is the operator for all of the systems within Kentucky. Is that correct?
That's correct. Currently, they're the operator for all systems.
And they were bid out in phases, sort of aligning, or I think perhaps exactly aligning with the times at which they were acquired with respect to the acquisition cases. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, we can only bid systems we're going to own out to the operations group.
And I understand that as you testified yesterday, and I understand from looking at the contracts that the prices seem to be going down as more systems were added. Is that correct?
That's
Generally
exactly
speaking.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you indicated that's kind of because of economies of scale and things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's right. The larger presence we have, the more systems there are, the cheaper it is to run them.
So my understanding is the terms of those contracts are approximately 2 years. Is that your recollection?
That is correct.
Is it 2 years and then you have to bid a new contract, or is it 2 years and then it goes on to, continuing under the contract until one party doesn't want to continue?
Our practice, we'd like to bid those back out at the end of the 2-year process, especially as we grow. We think we'll attract more bidders. And we're seeing, just as we've grown across the country, we're able to attract more bidders who want our business in other markets. I would say Kentucky was particularly difficult to find, qualified operations and maintenance companies. So I think without this, the scale of CSWR, it would have been very hard to find anyone to run these systems. So we were able to, attract bidders to it just because they want our business in other markets. Now, hopefully, as we add scale, more people are willing to bid on these things going forward.
And the way that the contracts were bid, though, the 2-year terms will be ending on staggered dates based on, again, when the systems are acquired. So I guess, is there a plan to either, wait and start bidding them out together, or bidding them out in groups that are, based on geography instead of based on date of acquisition?
Yeah, we might. What we've done in other markets that we're thinking about doing here is truncate the newer systems contracts. So the next round of acquisitions we do only sign a 1-year contract, and that way they all come to term at the same time. So that way we can bid the whole package simultaneously.
Would you agree that, if you continued bidding them out every 2 years based on the date of acquisition, that could affect, Midwest Systems, is already, operating some systems. They might be able to offer a lower price for the newer systems because they're already servicing similar systems that were under a different contract. And by doing it that way, you could potentially exclude additional contractors because they wouldn't have that same economy of scale. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and that's why we'll truncate those contracts. We're seeing that in Missouri right now because they're legacy systems. So rather than sign 2-year contracts as our new contracts have come up, we've just extended the existing ones because we're going to bid the entire state out. So we want a new price for the entire state, a competitive price by multiple bidders. So that is our plan, because we do not want to exclude other bidders by continuing to do 2-year contracts and cut out the economies of scale potentially.
Is it Bluegrass Water's contention that some of the newer systems might be getting a lower price because on the operator contracts based on the amounts that are being paid perhaps higher by the earlier contracts?
Absolutely. We believe that the newer systems have cheaper operations costs because of the scale we've already gotten. So if the newer systems were had to be bid alone, they would be a much higher operations cost on a per capita basis.
Okay. Sort of switching gears here, but you mentioned yesterday in your testimony regarding the various water utilities that in order to comply with water storage requirements, that Bluegrass Water was looking into purchasing new tanks at each system, or some combination thereof. Are the purchases of those tanks, are those included in the costs that are in Mr. Freeman's testimony for the water utilities?
I believe they are.
Okay. Do you happen to know approximately per system how much those tanks would cost? And perhaps it's broken out in there, but
I do not.
what is the, I guess, what's the timetable on those tanks?
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of the next phase of finishing up the water systems at Center Ridge. We're talking about the different districts at Center Ridge.
Yes.
So, our first, always when we start with a water system in particular, our first goal is to protect human health, which is rebuilding well housing, fixing the well sites themselves, because that's where you have particular potential for, pathogens to enter into the drinking water system. And then second, making sure that we stabilize the disinfection systems. So proper chemicals, proper dosing, and then fix the electrical, and then move towards backup power, because that's what really, you get reliable service. And the last kind of phase in these systems is bringing storage up to code with the Division of Water standards.
So the storage is the Division of Water storage requirements?
That's correct.
Okay. I know that the PSC has storage requirements, I think, that are somewhat mirror, but that's what you were talking about was the Division of Water storage requirements.
That is correct.
But you don't know a specific timetable on when those would be placed into service or anything like that at this point?
I do not know that. Well, I believe it's this year still, but I don't know the exact timetable.
With respect to the Brooklyn system, the Brooklyn wastewater system, there was the initial engineering report, indicated a number of improvements. And from your testimony and Mr. Freeman's testimony, I understand that once Bluegrass Water began operating the system, you all reached the opinion that it would be better to replace the system in its entirety. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're using the same footprint, but that is correct. It's structurally way more failed than we thought. The I&I issues were worse than we originally understood. So it was just a much worse off system once we're able to pump the tanks down, remove sludge, see what's happening. I mean, the steel exoskeleton is at some places completely gone.
And when you talk about replacing the system, would there be any components of the wastewater treatment plant that would still be utilized, or would are you talking literally about replacing every component of the wastewater treatment plant?
Some of the air handling piping may be used. The footprint will still be used. The piping connecting into the plant will still be used. All of that.
And what are you looking at as far as, I know in the testimony there was a discussion of getting an approval from the Division of Water with respect to that system, I think for a permit for it. What's the status of that permit? Do you know?
I believe we may have just received it. You can ask Mr. Freeman on that. We either have just received it or very close to having received it.
And maybe Mr. Freeman's a better, I think I'll hold off on this question for Mr. Freeman. It's probably even more specific than that. But with respect to the Brooklyn system, you mentioned reaching out to the city of Richmond regarding taking over the system, or I guess taking the flow from the system so that you wouldn't have to replace the wastewater treatment plant. And you indicated that it would cost approximately twice as much, and then with ongoing costs. With respect to the costing twice as much, what would cost twice as much, I guess?
Yeah, both. So there were two components, as I remember that. So it's conveying our waste to their to an entry point, and then they would force us to pay to upgrade their lift station in order to handle the waste we bring into the system. So that would be those two components is what the cost would be. And just to be clear, the other part that you mentioned is we approached the city of Richmond before we bought it and asked them if they wanted to take over the system, that we were willing to pass on the system if they wanted it in whole, and they passed on it there as well.
Okay. And then you say you reached out again when you, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. You reached out, but before you purchased it, see if they want to take it over. And did you reach out again when you determined that
Yep.
the treatment plant needed to be replaced?
Absolutely. So after we purchased it, well, in fact, I mean, not even just knowing it's to be replaced, just standard course. After we purchased it, we went to them and started talking about what it would cost to connect the system to the city of Richmond.
And how close is the city of Richmond? How close would you be to connecting to a line that you could connect to get to their district or collection system?
I don't remember the exact distance. I mean, Mr. Freeman's got the exact distance there. And remember, it's not as a crow flies. It's, as the ability to get to their lift station is where that connector would have to be.
Bluegrass Water had filed a request for financing approval you filed a notice indicating you intended on filing a request, and then it wasn't filed. And I know there was a notice filed in this case regarding the potential application for financing approval. And in, I guess, staff's fourth request for information, item 10, CSWR stated that CSWR had already begun searching for alternatives and has identified another bank that may be willing to provide debt capital in a sufficient amount and in economically feasible terms. What is the status of that new potential opportunity for debt financing?
Yes, so we're negotiating a final term sheet right now. We believe that Enterprise Bank in St. Louis is the bank that we're negotiating with right now. We believe the terms will be actually better than the terms we had before. I think it'll be about 6%. That's all contingent on the outcome of this rate case, but that's our current status. We hope to hear in the next 30 to 45 days have that in front of you as it finalizes.
Okay. You say you're negotiating the terms. Is this are you negotiating a term sheet that would then be contingent on, I guess, approval from the commission, or is that what you're?
Correct. A negotiated term sheet that we would then present to you all at the commission.
And you indicated you would have it before us in the next 30 to 45 days. Do you have a timeline on when you would actually enter into, I guess, a term sheet with them? Obviously, that wouldn't be the day you filed it with us.
Well, so we would enter into a term sheet after we would have it approved by you. So we give you a preliminary term sheet, send it for approval, and enter into it after we had approval from the Public Service Commission.
Well, yeah, you'd sign the note and anything after, or whatever the debt instrument is after you have approved from us. But as far as when you get a preliminary term sheet, that you've worked out, when do you expect that, I guess?
That's in the next 20 or 30 days, and then we'll immediately turn around and bring it to you.
One other question. The application that was filed in this case, it was an application for a rate approval, or application for a general rate increase. And in the application, obviously you all indicated a number of capital projects and indicated, I guess, Bluegrass Water's contention that they did not require a CPCN, but there was an alternative request for a CPCN to the extent the projects required it. And I know, there's commission order indicating that the application isn't considered with respect to a rate increase to the systems in 297. but indicated that to the extent that you're requesting a CPCN with respect to construction in those systems, that those would be considered in this application. Is it Bluegrass Water's intention that that portion of the application with respect to the CPCNs for the 297 cases would still be considered as part of this case?
Yes, and if I was going to list the components of this case that have not been built that I believe would qualify under CPNs, I have a list of those projects that I think that they're new tanks, new process, those things. They're outside of repairing and fixing the existing systems as they were designed.
So you're saying you have a list of items you believe would require a CPCN?
I believe so, yes, but I'm open. This is this is interesting for me in this jurisdiction because most of the improvements we do are to just fix the existing systems as they are.
I guess what?
Ms. Relmy, if I could interject, this is Katie Yonker, counsel for Bluegrass Water. We did phrase it, as you said, that we were asking for any approval that was required. We understood that it was unusual that we were coming into systems that might need a total replacement, or basically things that should have been, excuse me, kept in good repair or replaced through the depreciation allowance over time had been let go. And so now they'd all stacked up, and it kind of looked like we were, quote unquote, building a new system, but we were just replacing what was there and had not been kept up and replaced over time in the normal course. So that is why we phrased our request in the way that we did.
Sure. And I guess, Mr. Cox, with respect to the items you think would be considered new construction or something that would require a CPCN, what were the items that you had in mind?
Yeah, so I would say at Airview, we're adding a new flow equalization tank, so it's a new tank. New part of the plant. At Brooklyn, which we just discussed earlier, we're doing a whole new plant. We're converting that to a moving bed bioreactor. At Fox Run, we're adding flow equalization, and we're adding a sludge digester. I think I talked about that yesterday, which is another separate tank to handle spent sludge. That was never part of that system before. At Lake Columbia, we're adding a digester, so again, a new tank to handle spent sludge. At Persimmon Ridge, we've now determined that we did that demonstration project with the Kentucky Department of Water with a new aerator, and we're not able to treat ammonia to limits. So we believe we're going to add a moving bed bioreactor to Persimmon Ridge. On Delaplane, which we haven't talked about a whole bunch, but it is part of this application, we're converting that plant to a moving bed bioreactor from an activated sludge plant. That way we're able to use the existing tankage but expand the capacity of that plant. And then we're adding a strainer. Basically, it's a filtration system at the back end of that plant. At Harrington Haven, we need to add a moving bed bioreactor to that system. So new tankage, new process. And at Woodland Acres, we're converting that system to a moving bed bioreactor. So again, new process, new components. Those are the ones that, from my perspective, will be part of this.
That you would consider to be something other than a repair of an ordinary repair in the ordinary course of business, basically.
That is correct. New tankage, new processes, something that's new to the system.
Would you consider the mission control systems to be something new or something that would be an ongoing?
Those are ongoing. I mean, we're going to have those. That's standard course of business for us. So we have those every single plant.
Do you happen to
Every single
know,
lift station.
and I suppose, this is probably in the record, but do you know approximately how much total on all of Bluegrass Water systems that the mission control system will cost for each system from a capital investment perspective?
Yeah, the average mission control system, depending on where it is and the electrical tie-in and all that, it can range from $5,000 to $10,000 per installation.
But some systems will have more than one, because Delaplane has about $50,000 in mission control, correct?
That's right. So, depending if you've got different lift stations, so, some wastewater plants, which you saw yesterday in the video, have an influent lift station. So the waste goes to a lift station that pumps up in the plant. So you'd have mission control. But on that one, you have one mission for the whole plant system. But, for example, Airview has got a lift station in the front of the community. So we have a mission control system both on the plant and on that lift station.
And when you were speaking yesterday, you mentioned that the mission control system reports to Bluegrass Water or CSWR. I guess my question is it reporting to Midwest operators?
It reports to all of us. So we have a computerized maintenance management system called Utility Cloud. And the computerized maintenance management system, so when we buy these systems, we go out and survey and do line mapping of all the systems. Then we do GIS tagging of all the assets, so geographic information systems, so that we have a record of all the utility assets associated with all these communities. The mission control then lives at some of those assets. So when an alarm goes off, the alarm goes up to Utility Cloud, which sends an alert to both our environmental health and safety officers at corporate and to the contract operators in the field. And the contract operators in the field, I believe they have 15 minutes to respond to an alarm. And then that way it generates a work order and we're able to track what's happening in the field based on those mission control alarms.
How long do the mission control systems, the components, how long will those typically last?
I mean, probably 5 to 10 years.
Was there any investigation of, I think in response to request for information, Bluegrass Water indicated that the mission control system would result in savings in capital investment and with respect to environmental compliance. Was there any investigation with respect to the likely cost of the likely savings from the mission control systems with respect to those environmental compliance costs and the capital investment savings?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Could you phrase it to me differently?
Let me, I can refer you to, I'll pull it up really quick. I'll refer you to it. So in staff's, Bluegrass Water's response to staff's second request for information, item 13.
Okay.
And it also refers to the Attorney General's first request for information, item 6. And so in response to the Attorney General's request for information, Bluegrass Water had been asked about the need for the remote monitoring, and Bluegrass Water had indicated it increases the effectiveness of operations at basic sewer plants and collection system and drives down costs related to improvements in environmental compliance. So my question is, was there any analysis of, I guess, the cost of the mission control system, both on a capital investment and an ongoing basis against the savings from the improvements and the environmental compliance?
Right. So I'll give you an answer and tell you how it works in practice. So, for example, when we have mission controls at these lift stations, when a lift station, the pump goes out, we get an alarm, right? So that sends our staff out, so we're able to fix that pump before both a backup happens in a house. So and there's a sanitary sewer overflow potentially, which could result in a fine. So that's part of the environmental savings on that. then we're also able to, with our mission controls, determine how much flow is coming into our system at different points, which helps us identify infiltration and inflow, which allows us to pinpoint fixes, which then allows us to build smaller flow equalization above our plants and thus reduces capital costs. It also reduces operations costs, especially on the water side. And that's because on the water side, we're able to eventually install colorimeters. And those colorimeters send daily residual chlorine levels in the water systems, which removes the need for an operator to go and take a daily chlorine test. So it drives down our operations costs there as well. So there's kind of numerous ways these mission control systems save both operations and save on environmental and capital costs.
And I understand that. I'm just curious if there was ever any kind of analysis done to show what the savings are with respect to all the systems or a particular system.
We could do that. And it's tried and true for us as a company across the board.
This is my last series. With respect to the Brandview system, and this might have been answered yesterday, but I can't recall. Was there any discussion? I mean, has Bluegrass Water reached out to the city of Mayfield to investigate the possibility of connecting to that system?
They're in the process of reaching out to Mayfield. So, obviously we just closed on it here recently, but that is part of what we're going to do. We're going to go and figure out how close their lines are. We've researched that. It's unclear how close an existing line is, from the kind of public records, because they file both what they want to extend, but where the actual lines are. So here in the next 30, 45 days, we'll have an answer on how close it is and what the final cost will be.
Okay, so that's something that you intend to do, but you haven't actually physically reached out at this point, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. We've just done the desktop analysis of it.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions? Mr. Chandler, are you with us?
I am sorry, I was on the other side of the room for a second. Some of us take the opportunity to stand up and listen from afar. Good morning. So let me ask you, Mr. Cox, what role, from your perspective, should the company's prior commitments play in this case?
I guess what prior commitments?
Well, so if the company made commitments themselves or the commission, committed to the company to certain things of the, in the prior transfer cases, right? If you made statements or the company had, or the commission had requirements and orders, what role should those commitments play in this case?
I mean, obviously we're trying to fulfill every commitment we've made.
Okay. So let me go back to the order last year that Mr. Sanford was referring to, where it said that the commission approved this effectively with the understanding or based on the commitment of the company to file a rate case in mid-2021. Do you remember that?
Mr. Chandler, I apologize. This is Katie Yunker. That was not stated as a condition in the order or in part of the ordering paragraphs, correct?
I don't think it was, but it was certainly language in the order. I don't know that I said a condition either.
Yes.
Right, okay, sorry. But commitment, we were talking about commitments, and I know that there are formal commitments and conditions in that order as well as in all the other acquisition orders.
Ms. Yunker, I promise you'll have an opportunity for redirect on this, and you'll have an opportunity to brief the merits. But I want to ask Mr. Cox about the commitments that he's made to this commission particularly ones in which the commission took at face value when making its previous determinations.
So, yeah, yes, sir. So, Commissioner, in our application case, if you read the application, it was our understanding that the commission wanted us to come in, for rates on those systems because they had not been previously regulated. So when we submitted the application, we were trying to meet the expectation of the commission that we would file no later than 15 months from acquisition. So I think when it was written here, I understand how it's written inside the final order, but when you look at our acquisition, we were trying to meet an expectation from the commission staff that we wouldn't sit out a long time because they had not had time to analyze those rates with those systems, those unregulated systems.
Okay, and so let me ask then, specifically, instead of reading into what's not there, what specifically does the order say with relation to how the commission understood the company's commitment to file a case in mid-2021? Do you have that order in front of you?
Yeah, could you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
I'll just ask to read it so that we're on the same page about what it actually specifically says. If you could read, I think it's the last sentence in that first paragraph on the top of the page, the last sentence. If you could read the sentence before it and that sentence to understand the context.
As part of its plan to integrate its Kentucky systems, Bluegrass anticipates that by mid-2021 it will file proposed revisions and adjustments to establish a unified tariff with uniform rates throughout its service area. Bluegrass Water commits to filing a general adjustment of the rates for the 4 subject systems, individually or as a group or as part of wire adjustment within 15 months of the last acquisition closing on the Arcadia Pines, Heartland, Carriage Park, Marshall Ridge, and Ramview facilities.
Okay,
And-
so, Ms. Junker.
Well, I just wanted to point out that Mr. Cox is reading from the application and not from the order.
You have the order in front of you.
Well, not in writing, but I've pulled it up on my screen,
Okay.
but I don't recall exactly where it was. Page 19, I'm being told.
Sorry, I read it out of the acquisition application. I thought that's what you were talking about.
Okay. So this is at the top of page 20 of the order, actually.
Bluegrass Water advises it will file for a general rate adjustment of the rates for the 4 subject systems individually, as a group, or as part of a wire adjustment within 15 months of the last acquisition, closing our Arcadia Pines, Carriage Park, Marshall Ridge, and Ramview facilities, when Bluegrass Water will have a full year of data from owning and operating these systems.
And is there any more to that paragraph?
That is the end of the paragraph there. It goes on saying the commission finds that the proposed initial rates are fair, right.
Yesterday, you were reading the part where it discusses what the application said about the 15 months, and then specifically the portion of the order that discusses that the expectation of the commission, based on the representations of the company, that it will file for a rate case in mid-2021. My question to you is, does your memory of, you were asked about representation and misrepresentation. What I'd like to ask is, does that order accurately reflect the commitments made in the company's application in that 2020 transfer case?
And Vice Chairman Chandler, I will ask, I guess at this point, if someone could point us to the language. There is no statement in the order about the commission's expectation.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Junker,
Let's hold it. Let's do this. Ms. Younger, let Vice Chairman Chandler ask the questions, and to the extent your client can answer, let him answer them. We understand, I do, I think we all know where this is going. You'll have an opportunity on redirect to set any matter straight that you think maybe is not that's not accurate, or that it's taken out of context, or the order doesn't say what the commission's expectations are. But let's go ahead and let the vice chairman ask his questions and your client answer the questions, okay? All right, go ahead.
Very good. Yes.
So I just want to know, did the commission's order accurately represent what was in the application regarding the filing of a case in mid-2021? You've got the copy of the application there with that term.
I mean, I believe that we would file a case within 15 months of closing, correct?
Okay,
That's
so
accurate or effective.
completely different term that literally says something about mid-year 2021, right? Mid-2021.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I have the order handy if it'd be happy.
Yes, let's not only, let's put it on the screen or something if we can, so that we can all see it and we don't have, is that possible, Mr. Sanford?
I believe so, Your Honor. Hold
Well,
on.
let's,
There we go.
I,
I think I found finally what you're talking about.
but we'll wait to make sure we're,
Okay, so the second paragraph after the one you just read, right, that's there on the screen says that the commission finds, this is the finding paragraph, the commission finds that the proposed initial rates for the acquired systems will be fair, just, and reasonable and should be approved. Because these are systems, that was a quote, but these are systems that previously didn't have rates that were under the jurisdiction of the commission, correct?
Right.
These are the ones Mr. Sanford was asking about yesterday, that because they, because they're underground discharge and they don't, have a discharge permit, they were previously regulated by the health departments, and they didn't have jurisdictional PSC rates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We base this finding on a variety of factors, notably that the rates are currently being charged to the system's customers, and that the rates are lower than any existing rates for Bluegrass Current's customers. We also accept these rates based upon Bluegrass's assertion that it will file in mid-2021 for a unified rate for its various systems. So my question is the commission's finding in that order, in your opinion, inconsistent with the company's representation in the application that you just read?
I think that maybe the order is talking past what we said in our application. If you read even in your order here, both of them say within 15 months, and then this line is kind of separate than that. So,
Okay. Do you mind then to reread, for my benefit, the application portion that you just read earlier?
right. So,
And this is 2020-000028, correct?
correct.
correct. And for everyone's reference, it is paragraph 62 of the application filed in early February 2020.
Right.
Okay.
Bluegrass Water commits the file for general rate adjustment of the rates of the four subject systems individually as a group or part of a wider adjustment within 15 months of the last acquisition closing on the Arcadia Pines, Heartland, Carriage Park, Marshall Ridge, and Randy facilities, when it will have a full year of data from owning and operating these systems.
Okay, there's nothing else in there about 2021.
I do not believe so, sir.
Okay, so my next question is, did Bluegrass Water have a full year of data from owning and operating Arcadia Pines, Carriage Park, Marshall Ridge, and Grandview when filing this case?
No, sir.
Okay. My next question is, do you remember the initial transfer case 2019-104?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember discussing with Mr. Penny, the commission's acting general counsel in that case, about how when you have the information that you'll be filing a rate case for the current expenses?
I don't remember that, but I believe I said that.
Okay, so let me just, for everyone's benefit, and I didn't get this right the first time I tried it, so I will try it again. No, I don't think it's going to let me do it again. We'll try this here in a minute. But you specifically said, and this is the case site at 527, that the rate case, when filed, was going to be based off current expenses. My question is, would you agree, because the record says what the record says, right? The audio record or the video record is a record of that case. My question is, would you agree that this case is not based off of current expenses, but instead the company filed it as a forecasted test year?
Yes.
Okay. So the other commitment I'd like to talk to you about for just a second. Can you see that? I will zoom in. I just want to make sure you can actually see it.
I can actually see it, sir.
Okay. Is, as Ms. Junker was discussing earlier, is a formal condition of transfer in case number 2019-104. And specifically, number 16, which is that Bluegrass shall not begin the construction of any plant, equipment, property, or facility for furnishing wastewater services to the public except ordinary extensions of existing systems in the usual course of business until Bluegrass Water has obtained a certificate of public convenience and necessity from the commission. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of this of this commitment or of this condition?
I believe yes.
Okay, so you all have, let's say, a dozen plus systems transferred at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as a general matter, at least the ones that are whose rates are subject to this case have varying but relatively small net book values at the time of transfer. Would you agree?
Correct.
Some of which were transferred with no net book value. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. Maybe $500. Correct.
Right. Relatively nothing, right? Significantly less than even what the annual revenues for the utilities are.
Absolutely.
So what is the company's rate base? Let's call it, round it to the nearest $500,000. What is Bluegrass Water's current rate base?
Maybe it's $5 million.
Okay. So you're telling me that you all have put in $4 million in capital investments and not needed a single CPC in to do so?
Yeah. Our position is we've fixed the systems as they originally designed. So we've not changed the plants. We've brought them back into their original design intent. I mean, the level of neglect and abandonment, I mean, hopefully it was represented in the video I showed you when you've got sludge sitting at the top of a tank and plants growing out of it. Like, just to bring the plants back into their original design, that's the amount of investment it took. Now,
Right, but cleaning sludge out, right, is not a capital expense, correct?
I mean, it can be if it's in part of the sealing the superstructure of the plant, I think, but
Don't
that's
get
fine.
me wrong. You can certainly capitalize the labor as part of a system overhaul, but that wasn't the question.
Okay.
Merely taking the sludge out of, or taking a tree out of a system is not in and of itself a capital expense, right?
Okay, correct.
Okay, so you see here the usual course of business, right? I think earlier, it also uses here the ordinary extensions. Earlier, you said something about the ordinary course of business. So let's talk about that for a second. Are you aware of generally what a CPCN is?
I am.
Okay, and I'm not, Ms. Junker, going to ask your client for a legal opinion. I want to walk through on the operations side how the company perceives this, right? So in Kentucky, this is the statute 278 KRS 278020. I'm making the representation here. I'm not asking for an opinion. That 278020 that discusses a certificate of public convenience and necessity. And it says here in 1A that no person, partnership, public or private corporation or combination thereof shall commence providing utility service to or for the public or begin the construction of any plant, equipment, property, or facility for furnishing to the public any of the services enumerated in KSR 278-010, which is the definition section, except, and then here are the exceptions to that requirement, and that's any plant, equipment, property, or facility. And it says here, the second one, the ordinary extensions of existing systems in the usual course of business. Do you see that?
I can't see it all the way. If you
No,
can,
that's fine. I will zoom in as far as we need to make sure that we're all on the same page, Mr. Cox. Do you see number 2, ordinary
I do.
extension of existing systems in the usual course of business? Okay. So thankfully, the commissions before me have decided that it is in their best interest to try to the best of their ability, define extensions in the ordinary course of business. Okay. And they've done that in KAR, Kentucky Administrative Regulations, KAR 807. 807, I'm going to go to the top so we can see it here. 807 KAR 5, which is the Public Service Commission's
No extension.
001 Rules of Procedure. And they've done so, and again, I'll zoom in. It says here, a certificate of public convenience and necessity shall not be required for extensions that, couple things here. 1, do not create wasteful duplication of plant, equipment, property, or facilities, or conflict with the existing certificates of, or service of other utilities operating in the same area and under the jurisdiction of the commission that are in the general or contiguous area in which the utility renders service, and then we got the second one here, and that do not involve sufficient capital outlay to materially affect the existing financial condition of the utility involved, or, here we go again, will result in increased charges to its customers. Okay? So let me just first ask, in either the statute or the regulation, would you agree that it does not discuss fixing the system as an exception to a CPCN?
I actually think that what you read right there, kind of confirms what we said. As long as we're not duplicating existing processes and we're not extending any service. So we've not extended service in any of the repairs we've done, nor have we duplicated any of the processes at all. We've just fixed the processes in place.
Okay, let me ask this, Mr. Cox. Have the projects that you're conducting, right, that related to plant, equipment, property, facilities, do they involve sufficient capital outlay to materially affect the existing financial condition of the utility involved, or do they result in increased charges to customers?
And sir, I don't believe those are extensions. So that the way I read that is it has to be an extension in order for it to qualify.
Okay. That's an interesting reading. So what I'll ask you is, do your projects result in sufficient capital outlay to materially affect the existing financial condition of the utility, or do your projects result in increased charges to its customers?
So again, we don't believe our projects are extensions, so they're not subject to this, but yes, our projects definitely have an impact to ratepayers.
Let me restate the question. I'm going to give you an opportunity because that's certainly a legal opinion. So I'm asking you, do your projects result in, do they involve sufficient capital outlay to materially affect the existing financial condition of the utility involved, or result in increased charges to its customers? I promise you I'm helping you by re-asking this question.
Yes.
So either of those or both of those?
Let me read it one more time.
That's okay. Take your time. And would you like me to zoom in?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Both?
Both material, I'm just, make sure, can you restate the question one more time for me? Is that okay?
Let's break it down into two. One is materially affect a sufficient capital outlay to materially affect the existing financial condition of the utility involved.
Yes.
Okay. And then second, that they will result in increased charges to its customers.
Yes.
Now, I'll also be perfectly fair. What we're talking about is when you say $5 million, that's in the aggregate of projects, right? That's in the aggregate of investment, not necessarily on either a project by project or a system by system basis. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So one of the questions that was asked earlier by Mr. Bellamy, and I think you specifically referenced a couple of things that off the top of your head came up that you thought were projects that might meet the threshold of requiring a CPCN.
Correct.
Okay. So they require a CPCN because why?
Because they represent an extension or an increase in service.
So now there's an extension or an increase.
Yeah, well, an increase is an extension to me.
Changes process.
So we're extending the plants by adding capacity, adding a process, like those things are an addition to the plan. I mean, in the reading of that, it's not replacing a redundancy, it's something new.
Okay, so you were rebuilding the Brockland plant completely, basically, right? That's the proposal.
Correct, I believe that would require approval from this commission.
As an exception, because it doesn't fall under the ordinary course of business exception?
That's correct, 'cause it's a new plant. I'm not fixing the plant, it's not possible, right? So this is not replacing a duplication. It's not like there's blowers in place that have failed that I'm replacing to keep the plant running. That's ordinary course. I have to do a whole new process for that plant. I'm not fixing the walls on that system because they're so deteriorated that it's impossible to do.
Okay, so where does that understanding come from as to that being the threshold, in your opinion, that you need a CPCN?
That's my opinion on the.
No, I get. I'm curious what has left the impression, or why is that your understanding necessarily? What is the underlying information that forms the basis of that opinion? I guess is what I'm curious of.
Yeah, great. So anywhere in any jurisdiction we do business, if we want to do a plant expansion, if we want to do a process change, add tankage, do something new, we're not replacing existing equipment. We need a commissioner approval to do that. So let's say these systems weren't as dilapidated they were. I mean, these systems are completely abandoned. But let's say it's Airview and we're 2 years from now, right? So 2 years from now, Airview has a blower go out, right? And I have to have 2 blowers. Well, when I replace that blower, in order to keep that plant running, I don't have to come to you and ask for a $30,000 blower replacement because that's normal course of business to keep the plant running. It just so happens that when we bought Airview, every single blower needed replaced in order to keep the system running. So there's at Fox Run, if the tank, springs a leak because there's some type of, detritus that hits a wall that was thin that we didn't know, and it's pouring wastewater out, and I go and patch that plant and weld it and close it, and it's a $10,000 fix, that's normal course of business. It just so happens when I bought that plant, there are 25 of those that need fixed simultaneously. So that's why it's normal course for us.
Okay, but the distinction in all of those that you just discussed were the magnitude of the expenses, correct?
But not for us. It's normal course of business. It's the magnitude of expenses it's all about the plant functioning as it's designed. It's repairing the plant so they're operating to the way it was originally permitted.
Right, but what I'm saying is that all the examples you provided, the difference between 1 blower and 10 blowers, right, is literally the magnitude of the cost. That's the difference between them. They're not different in their form and function. They're not different in the system benefit. They're not different in what the impact of the failure is. The difference is that one costs 10 times more than the other, right?
You're making that distinction. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, for me, they're the same. And you're saying that the magnitude is what, is different from you. And from our perspective, making all those improvements are the same. We've got to do it all at once today, or if I do it over a 10-year period as components fail. It's both at the same end.
I'm literally just making an observation that one is 10 times, if one thing fails and then 10 of those same thing fails, the only difference is that there's 10 more of them. That's just a mathematical distinction, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious with Delaplane, who can I talk to find out what the conversation between the Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer System and the utility, the Bluegrass, has been regarding connecting to the system?
I mean, I was even part of those conversations early on in Delaplane. I mean, they have lines that run right inside near the service area, and they don't have capacity is their problem. They're capacity limited.
Yeah. Do you know if they're making any changes on that capacity front?
They're talking about making changes on that capacity front, but the other thing is they don't know if they want our customers. So it's both and. Both they don't have the existing capacity today, and they don't know if they want some of the customers we have. There's some light industrial customers in there in that particular service area. So they have, each one of those customers has to have a pre-treatment program that we have to approve. And I would say historically, the old owners did not approve those pre-treatment programs like they should have. So that's something we're doing a deep dive on currently.
Okay, and my question on that is just, are you all continuing to have the conversations, or let me finish here, or do you all specifically only have the conversations under the requirement for the transfer of the KPDES permit to research the feasibility of interconnecting with regional systems within 1 mile?
So we have the initial conversation, and then on that system in particular, once we figure out the final fixes, so we're owning and operating that system to see how it functions, we'll go through the pre-treatment programs, and then we'll approach Georgetown again, to do a final cost benefit.
Okay, but so I feel like it's a catch-22 here, because you guys are proposing $1 million in capital improvements. You're asking for a declaratory order that the improvements are not don't require a CPCN because they're in the ordinary course, but otherwise requesting the necessary approvals. But how finite is it that you all actually either A, need to do this, or B, that this is actually what will happen based off those, at this point, unknown expectations?
I'll make it easier on you. Today, the city does not have the capacity to treat the waste, period. Right? So they may have future plans. So when we're done with the design period, we'll go back to them one more time. And if they say, oh, we're going to bring on capacity, we'll come back to you with a change of plans. Right? But today, right now, they cannot treat the waste. So we have to make plans as if we have to treat it ourselves.
Okay, and I'm confused on if you all are seeking approval, let's just say it does require, just hypothetical, it does require a CPCN, you're seeking a CPCN here. Are you all saying that you haven't finished the design yet for those improvements? Are you proposing this?
We've done the preliminary design, but we don't have it permitted yet. We haven't submitted it to the Division of Water. So we have the design done. We know what it's going to cost. We have to go through the permitting process for the Division of Water.
Okay. So I want to ask you about, and I think I don't know what I heard. I'll say it that way. Do you have a copy of that contract with Midwest that you referenced yesterday?
I do not have a copy in front of me now.
That's okay. So.
Mr. Chandler, this is Katie Yunker. We do. That has been submitted as a response to a data request. Okay. Oh, it actually is. There you go, as an application exhibit. So I do have that. Thank you.
There you go. Can you see this on the page?
Yes.
You see that this is the contract for 1, 2, 3, 4 systems in Callaway County, 1 in McCracken, and 1 in Oldham.
I see that.
So as an initial matter, and I think Mr. Bellamy was asking you about this, do you know how far McCracken County and Oldham County are from each other?
Quite a bit.
Yeah, so that's a haul. That's in my vehicle. That's at least a half a gas tank, probably closer to a full one. Now, Callaway County and McCracken County are right there together. But as I understand it, I think this is the response you gave Mr. Bellamy, that you guys effectively put these bids out in tranches based off of when you ascertained or were granted approval for the transfer of these systems, right?
That's correct.
So the only way that an operating entity could get economies of scale, if they should exist, and I guess scope too, that should they ever actually exist, is if they're the holder of multiple of these agreements where there's going to be overlap, right?
Yes, or that there's enough market share for them to be able to tackle the outliers.
Right, and I think you've already said at the outset of this hearing, in one of your initial comments, is that there is nobody in Kentucky that effectively has enough market share to tackle those outliers for some sort of a reasonable price. Is that your understanding?
Currently, but we believe that's changing now as we've grown. So I would tell you, in another year, as we come to the sunset of these contracts, and by the way, something I didn't make clear, we can terminate these contracts, for convenience. So, we're not locked in forever. So.
Okay. So, look, first question here, where is that ability to terminate for convenience? Because I'll just say I read this earlier, and it says that neither owner nor the operator can terminate this agreement without cause. And then it goes on to say that the only way to terminate here may terminate in accordance with terms if one of the parties fails to perform in accordance with the terms. So
I misspoke on that. And our newest contracts we have that termination for convenience. This is an older contract. We did not have that in here. So I apologize. I misspoke on that.
And this is the contract from last year. So when you say newer contracts, what exactly are you referring to?
This year in 2021, we've added that clause to our newest operations contracts as we're negotiating those.
Okay. And then you said yesterday that that the counterparties, Midwest, is required under the contract to go to the systems each day. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'd like to go here to the appendix, which I think sets out the operator services requirements. Do you see that in Exhibit A?
I do.
Do you see here where it says that specifically with this contract, it says that the operator shall make a minimum of 3 or 1 weekly visits to the treatment facility to monitor the operation of the facility in order to assure the facilities are in compliance with all required standards of the governing authorities and those set forth in this agreement or any attachments hereto.
Correct. And Kentucky has a higher standard than that. So they've been forced to do the minimum of visit every single day. So even though this is standard fare in our contract, they have to meet the legal standard. And the Kentucky Public Service Commission has set out the legal standard. So They have to go every day.
So I get that there are regulations that require you to have an operator visit the facility every day. I'm asking, you seem to indicate in the record that the reason for the cost, whatever the cost is of the current contracts, is because of that requirement. But you are required, Bluegrass is required to have an operator visit the facility every day. My question to you is, where is there a legal requirement for the operators that you all are paying to visit it every day?
Because if you read that section, in order to ensure the facilities are in compliance with the required standards of the governing authorities, which is higher than the contract amount there. So that's a standard term for us, but they've had to fall in line with the Kentucky standards because that's what we're held to.
So I want to be clear on this. So it says here that they have to visit it so often in order to assure the facilities are in compliance. It doesn't say that they shall have to visit it enough times a week to ensure that they visited enough to be in compliance, right?
No, it's saying he has to meet the state standard there. And so we have forced them to go every single day.
That's what you said.
I don't want to. I want to make sure, because you are under a legal obligation to ensure that an operator visits it every day. It says that they must make a certain number of visits, a minimum number of visits. It's a specific term to the treatment facility. And then it transfers then to monitor the operation of facilities. You have to visit to monitor it, and you're monitoring it in order to assure the facilities are in compliance with all required standards of the governing authorities and those set forth in this agreement. So I just want to ask very clearly, where in this that you're reading does it say that they must visit it every single day?
Mr. Vice Chancellor, you are asking him an inherently legal question, and you're a very able lawyer, and maybe a court of law would find on a contract dispute that your, what you just stated is all that is enforceable. You can ask him what he enforces, what it is, what the standards they hold to them, and the fact that they consider this to be the basis for it, or what they consider to be the basis for it. But you can't ask him, yeah.
That's a perfectly fair comment, Ms. Younger. So I'll ask it this way. Is it your testimony that it's this term, paragraph 2 here on Appendix A, that this is the term that allows Bluegrass Water, that you believe requires your operator, Midwest, to visit, to help satisfy, let's say it this way, to help satisfy your obligations to make a visit to the facilities once a day, every day?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. So you all have these, and I don't know what they're called, the remote, the ability to see the systems remotely. There's a term for it, and it's going to escape me, Mr. Cox. But you all have an ability, some sort of telemetry, we'll call it, right, to see the operations of the systems in either some sort of relatively short lag or real time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so my first question is there a lag, or is that a real time insight into the telemetry and operations of the system?
Yeah, the alarms are real time, so they flag immediately. You can log in and look at the telemetry real time, but typically we get summary reports on a weekly basis. We're downloading the data on a weekly basis, taking alarms in real time, but we can log in and see real time what's happening.
Okay. And so what I would love, and I'll ask Mr. Bellamy to start writing here, I'm going to ask a post-hearing data request on a system-by-system basis, on a month-by-month basis for the operations that you have in Kentucky, for the months that you have that telemetry in place, right? How many alarms have been received from the utility? Is that information that you'll have available?
We don't record, we respond to the alarms, but we don't record the amount of alarms. Maybe, but we could count the amount of work orders that have been generated on a system-by-system basis, which those would be in response to alarms. So if that's satisfying.
Sorry, based exclusively off the alarms?
So I'm just trying to think out loud here, so I apologize. But so a work order gets kicked out by an alarm. So say it's a high-level alarm. That work order would be check the lift station, So I don't know if because it's automatically generated by a computerized maintenance management system. I guess we could give our best professional judgment of these work orders were created by alarms is what we could do.
Okay, that'd be great. And I just need the number, right? I'm curious as to how often these are driving real alarms and real responses.
Absolutely.
because as I understood it, I think I saw the data request, there was no formal cost benefit analysis or review undertaken before they were put in. So I only have a sort of an after the fact opportunity to look at the, you know.
Absolutely, and I can tell you real time, we have a ton of communities that are very happy to have those alarms because they used to back up into their houses and all kinds of stuff that we've since done away with since we put them in.
Okay. And I think the last question I have here is this idea, or last line of questioning. $96 is in the neighborhood of what the proposed monthly rate in this case is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So yesterday you discussed about adding systems and that your hope would be, you didn't clear it with anybody ahead of time, but you said your hope would be that by adding the systems, there actually might be a small decrease to the proposal in this case. Is that a fair characterization of what you said yesterday?
Yes.
Which systems were you discussing when you said that?
Well, both the Dell plane group of systems that, has now been cut out of this, but then furthermore, as we're in contract negotiations with other systems in the state, as we purchase those systems, like you've seen on our operations maintenance costs, it goes down over time as we spread out these costs over a larger base. And then frankly, the state of Kentucky benefits from the expansion of central states across the country. So as we continue to grow, our overhead allocations go down, which then flows directly to the customers.
So I guess I'm confused. Wasn't the $96 the proposed rates with the Delaplane systems?
Yes, you're right.
So
You're right. I apologize.
how does adding, so let me ask you this way. I think this would be more straightforward. Of all the systems that are under your control or operation, even if they were all added, your testimony is not that $96 would go down, right?
Not the current systems, correct. It's
so when you were saying that yesterday, to put all of them includes systems that are not under your operation or control.
That's correct. Future additions.
Okay. So just to be clear, you've reached the economies of scale and scope, at least for the forecasted test period, that you all have proposed, right?
Yes.
Okay. The contract we were looking at, we still have it up here. I knew there was a reason not to take down. Started in March of 2020. Okay. It expires, I think it's a 2-year term. What you and Mr. Bellamy were talking about. Is that your understanding? I think it says it down here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
2-year term. This will come up in March of next year when whatever rates you're given by the commission in this case will be effective, right?
Yes.
And that's either at or near the forecasted test period in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is one of the earlier contracts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if your marginal contract these days, the ones you're entering to now, includes some sort of reduction due to economies of scale and scope, and therefore have lower costs, would you agree would you agree that it's likely that this, even if this was put out and let for the exact same terms, and I mean terms as in not the length of time, but just the terms of the contract, right? That if this was let again in 2022, that based off those met economies of scale and scope that the companies have since found with Midwest, that the contract price would likely be lower?
Well, I actually think it'll take another year because we'll do an administrative extension on this and not sign another 2-year contract. We'll wait for the last of our newest 2-year contracts to kind of burn off, and then we'll bid them all together, and that's where we'll get the largest cost savings.
So we're going to pay more for another year in anticipation of hoping to save money in 2023.
I guess what I'm saying is the overall benefit to the customers will be much higher if we don't enter into another, if we don't bid just this specific group of systems, if we wait a year and bid the entire state, we believe that we'll get a larger cost savings for all the customers.
Right, but that would be a going forward savings. But if you let this for a year, with what you all claim to have been in these new marginal contracts, right? With the next, that usually marginal costs are lower than average and embedded. With these next contracts, you're continuing to get additional economies of scale and scope. That if you let this contract for a year, it would likely be lower. Correct?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I think if we bid this contract and only gave it 1 year term, that we wouldn't realize many cost savings because they don't have a guaranteed 2-year term. So in order to match up the contracts, the better savings for the customers is to bring all the contracts forward at a single time.
So then why in Missouri did you let 1 year contracts?
But we extended, we did administrative extensions, so exactly what we would do on this. So we would not rebid it. We just do an extension, administrative extension of a year on this contract, rather than rebid it, so that we can time all the contracts coming due at one time.
How many contracts, and I mean, rounding to like the nearest 5 or 10, how many operations contracts do you have with across all the operating systems and utilities that?
Oh, I would hazard to guess. I don't, I know. I said I couldn't hazard to guess. I mean, we probably have 15 to 20 operations and maintenance firms that work for us across the country.
Okay, and so in Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas, all those states, how many firms do you have working for you?
3 or 4.
Okay, and is Midwest the primary one?
It depends on the state.
Okay, so in Missouri, who's your primary one?
We have 3 in Missouri. We have 3 different operators in Missouri.
Okay, so what had led you to believe that, one, why Kentucky is going to be the first place that you're going to do a consolidated bid?
We actually did our first consolidated bid in Mississippi recently. So we're looking to close those systems beginning of the summer. So we start out with larger economies of scale. And when we let that bid at that statewide level, we got multiple bidders from across the country and achieved a bunch of economies of scale. So we've realized we can consolidate at the state level and bid these out and attract national attention.
Okay, I guess I'm confused by that. So you didn't have anything in Mississippi, and now you have a statewide contract in Mississippi.
So in the same way we do in Kentucky, when we are moving towards having final commission approval, right, to close on these systems, we go bid our operations and maintenance contracts, right? So because we have to have operators in place the day we close on the system, right? So we're moving towards getting final approval in the state of Mississippi, so we need to buy the systems. So we now, since we know we're about ready to get approval, we can go bid those contracts. We're able to aggregate enough contracts in a single state to attract nationwide bidders. And so we believe that we will have enough systems in Kentucky, to do that on a consolidated basis.
Okay, and you have a significant number of these systems in Western Kentucky. We'll say around the Lake Barkley, the Kentucky area, Paducah extended to the lakes. And then you have a number in central Kentucky, and it's really not central Kentucky. It's really a sort of a Louisville, Oldham County down to Elizabethtown corridor. And then you have a couple that are either in or around or east of, in the area of, we'll just say Richmond, Lexington, right?
Correct.
Are you all going to simultaneously bid them statewide and by geographic areas?
I mean, I think we'll try and do it statewide because we think with enough systems, so we experienced the same thing in Mississippi. The systems we have are spread out from the northern part of the state all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So even though they're geographically spread out, which is typical for every single state we're in, having enough systems makes it worthwhile for a nationwide operations and maintenance firm to be able to bid, even though it's a large spread. I would say the only place that we currently believe that may not be possible is Texas. And just because Texas is so huge geographically that even with 12,000 connections, it still may not make sense to bid the whole state.
Don't underestimate the width of Kentucky, Mr. Cox.
I've driven the width of Kentucky, Mr. Chandler, a whole bunch. So I agree with you.
So, look.
This might be a good time to take a 10-minute break. It's 11:15. So let's.
Chairman, I literally have one more question, and I think that would be if you don't mind.
Okay.
I just want to ask the one more question, Mr. Cox, is if you're now at a certain level for economy of scale and scope that you think you can incent some sort of national bid for the entire state of Kentucky, then why is it that Bluegrass hasn't or doesn't intend to staff the operations itself as the owner and operator of the utilities?
Because it's way more expensive for us to have full-time staff on the ground at each of these utilities than it is to have a contract operations firm that doesn't have to have full-time FTEs to staff these. So it's much more economical to do it on a contract basis than it is with full-time employees.
No matter how big or how many number of systems that you get.
Absolutely. Contract O&M guys on small systems is way more economical. If we're running 3 large municipal operations, that's a different deal. But just the nature of the systems we buy and the amount of full-time employees that we require to staff those, that this is a way cheaper method for for safe and reliable service for the customers.
Okay. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take our morning break at this time, and we'll be in recess until 11 a.m., at which time Ms. Junker will have the opportunity to conduct redirect examination on Mr. Cox.
So,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman, is that because you and Commissioner Matthews are not going to be asking questions?
Well, I'm not going to ask. I guess I ignored Commissioner Matthews. Commissioner Matthews, do you expect to have questions of this witness?
1 or 2. And when I say 1 or 2, my 1 or 2 are shorter than the vice chairman's 1 or 2.
Okay, well, you you can come back at 11 o'clock and ask your 1 or 2 of Mr. Cox. We'll be in recess until 11. Okay, we're now back on the record. Wait till everybody appears on the screen.
I worry, Chairman. I run everybody off.
No, I think it was Commissioner Matthews. It was that. Mr. Cox, are you ready to be questioned by Dr. Matthews? Dr. Matthews, cross-examination, questions?
Yes, I have a couple questions. You keep responding to the questions about the contractors versus full-time equivalents as, well, it's more economical. Have you done any analysis? And if you have, could you share it at post-hearing data request, the analysis that shows at which point having your own employees would be more economical than continuing to do these contracts, or not?
So we've done some historical analysis. It's dated. It's how we made our original business decisions, but nothing recent because we made that decision long ago.
Because it looks like you have roughly right now, 3 geographic areas and a number of systems in those areas. I'm thinking, Paducah, Richmond, Louisville, Oldham County. I just didn't know if you had done that analysis or you are just operating under the old analysis of it's more economical.
Yeah, so we're operating on the old analysis is more economical, and besides that, it's also the labor shortages that we've seen kind of across the country. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier in my testimony, the water and wastewater world is facing the silver tsunami right now, where the skilled trades are retiring out. So attracting personnel is very, very difficult in the water and wastewater business. In fact, it's one of the key risk factors the industry sees going forward.
Have you approached any of the community and technical colleges about that problem?
We actually have in not here in Kentucky, but in other states. We have approached the community colleges. What we've seen, even dedicated programs, is attracting students to dedicated programs is difficult. I mean, very few kids wake up in the second grade and think they want to do poop for a living. Besides my kids.
I think kids wake up and want to earn a living. So, sometimes you have to educate people that there's money in poop. I don't know. So if you would update some of that information on that, your historical, you said it was a little dated. Would you be able to update that for a post-hearing data request?
I will dust it off and do some work on it.
Okay.
Ma'am.
You have I think you call it mission control system, which makes me think of Houston and we have a problem. And that gives you alarms if there's a pump station issue or water levels are getting too high and so forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if other utilities in Kentucky that have similar monitoring systems and a large geographic footprint have sought exemptions or deviations from the regulations requiring a daily visit?
So we don't know of that, but that's on our future list to potentially come before the commission on. Is it, could we get an exemption? And really, we would use the long-term data of showing how our monitoring system is interacting with our ability to perform service. Part of what we wouldn't seek that exemption until all the improvements are done, because we need the system stable before we would feel comfortable, lowering the amount of times people are going out.
But isn't that information that would be good to have on the front end as you're looking at what your O&M costs are? and you're already saying you're making projections, right? You're looking at what it's going to be once you get it fixed. Wouldn't that be important information to have as you're issuing RFPs for operators, et cetera?
Yes, that would be part of a rebid of the state, like we talked about before, is to get a waiver so we could lower the times that people have to go as part of a rebid package, correct?
Was that analysis included in your analysis around purchasing the mission control system?
So we've used that, we've gotten that waiver in other states. The mission control, when we buy these failing systems, it's much more about providing safe and reliable service. It does allow us to remove operation expense in the future, but you have to remember how many failures happen in these systems. So we're installing these things because we want to prevent catastrophic failures that happen. So we're preventing waste backing up into people's houses. For example, I can't remember which one of these systems it was. One of these systems had a lift station in the acquisition hearing. They talked about how it had been failed for 3 years. And so it was just draining waste onto the ground into a creek. And we realized that a previous owner had literally loaned a trash pump to a resident that was located at the bottom topography of a system, and they were just pumping wastewater out of a manhole so it wouldn't flood into the house, right? So when we buy these things, put these mission control systems, we're able to prevent those kind of catastrophic events, and water service as well, right? So we're able to notify, for example, a couple of weeks ago there was that large storm over in western Kentucky. So when the mission control tells us, hey, we're losing power, we're able to dispatch people so we get power back on or get our systems back online the fastest time possible. So all those operational issues are great in removing costs, but it's also about just providing service to these systems. It's really the first part of why we install the mission control.
And it is a delicate balance, and one that I think we try to do. Did you prioritize when you were putting in the mission control systems, the worst first?
I mean, everything we buy is kind of the worst, right? So, for example, River Bluffs, right? Right after we purchased River Bluffs, they've got a central lift station in the front of that community. And when any rain event that happened, the residents would get sewage back up in their houses. And so it's one of the first things we did when we put that mission control was be able to interact with the community and say, hey, we're gonna be able to get there before the backup happens. And people get so used to failing components that they're shocked that someone's able to get in front of that and kind of take that away from their normal course of life. So that's part of what we're trying to solve, those mission systems.
Okay. So I asked for the analysis on the employees, the contractors versus employees, and I'd like those kind of in a way that makes sense, geographic, most likely, as opposed to the order in which you purchased the systems. Now you have I think a critical mass in a certain number of areas that would make sense. And I also would like for you to have Ms. Junker, or do it yourself, look on just do a search on the commission website to see if there are any orders where utilities have been given deviations. And I'm confused. I heard some conversations yesterday, I think, when you and the Attorney General's office was walking through systems one by one, perhaps. And yesterday, when you were asked about, did you have conversations with Mayfield? I think that was likely about Center Ridge, perhaps.
Mayfield's about Randview.
Oh, okay. My geography west of 65 is not great. So when you were having the conversations yesterday with Mr. West, and you said it wasn't feasible, or you asked if they wanted it, they didn't want it. But then today, I think when you were discussing this with Mr. Bellamy, you said we're starting the process of having a conversation with Mayfield?
Ma'am, what I thought I said yesterday about Randview, so we're in the process of doing that. So they had so Kentucky has a mapping requirement where they show where lines exist and where extensions are planned. And so we had looked that up, and then we're coming back. It's now we realize where their lines are, not just where they're proposed. And then we're going to call Mayfield here in the next 30, 45 days to see what it would take to connect to their system.
Do you think that would have been good information to have brought to this case? I mean, it's a, but I wanted to, put those two things together, because yesterday I thought, as we were going through system by system, in all that I heard, that we had discussed with the local, because I think that was Mr. West, his series of questions with each of the systems was, had you looked at hooking on to a local system? So I was just confused. Wanted to get some clarification.
Ma'am, would you mind if I add a little color on that Randview system, just kind of give you the idea of how the economics work?
That would be fine. I always like to hear how the economics work.
I figured. So on Randview in particular, we have 2 lagoons and a lift station and a drain field, right? So when we go to approach Mayfield, the total cost of the project is it's not just to bring the waste over to Mayfield, so it's building a new lift station or whatever it's going to take to convey the waste. It's also the closure of the existing system that we're taking offline, and it's the combination of that total capital cost plus what the city of Mayfield will charge us on a per gallon basis. And I think maybe what you hear out of us is we rarely find municipalities that want to take the waste. Most municipalities have impending compliance orders that they're already having trouble meeting, especially on the wastewater side. Wastewater, we rarely, if ever, find a municipality that wants a new wastewater inflows. And so when you do the total cost of, bringing our waste to them, and you combine that with their cost on per gallon, we rarely find it's cheaper for the customers to bring wastewater to a neighboring system. So we definitely do the diligence to go through it, but I'm just, historically, it rarely makes sense. Water's different, because drinking water is easier to convey, it's easier to pump further distances, and most drinking water, public water supply districts don't have impending compliance orders, so they're much more willing to share capacity and, on a commercial basis.
Thank you. Well, one question. You are the president of Bluegrass Water, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the owner of Bluegrass Water as well?
I'm the owner of Central States Water Resources, LLC.
Which then owns Bluegrass Water.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have a salary.
Yes.
And then with the return on equity, would you also not be getting funds from any returns?
So are you talking about dividends from returns?
Yes.
Yes.
As the owner of both?
Yeah, CSWR would obviously get dividend returns, if and when they ever materialize, correct?
And you're a regulated entity with a guaranteed ability to try to meet an ROE, right? You're authorized an ROE and given the opportunity to earn that ROE. So is that something the commission should be concerned about in terms of double dipping or getting paid out of the returns and the operations and maintenance?
I mean, let's just use Bluegrass, for example. So Bluegrass is running an operating loss for, a year and a half, going on 2 years. As we continue to acquire systems, the new systems are running an operating loss. So, it'll probably be 3 years or 4 years before any dividend would come up that is, over and above just covering the operating losses that the utilities experience. So perhaps in 3 years, that's something that the commission should consider, and also depending on where we're at in the acquisition cycle.
That's all the questions I have, sir.
I have no questions. Ms. Yunker, redirect.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Cox, in responding to questions, and I don't recall whether it was from Mr. Sanford or Mr. West yesterday, but looking at systems, specifically at systems, did you realize later, or you think, looking back on it, that you made a misstatement about existing system equipment or configuration regarding Carriage Park?
I did. I made a mistake. I thought Carriage Park had a lift station below the lagoon because I know we done repair work on that manhole, but it turns out there was not a lift station in that, so I made a mistake on that. So we did repairs on the manhole and flushing, but there was no lift station repair.
There have been a number of questions to you, Mr. Cox, relating to commitments or conditions that were made in the course of the acquisition cases, relating either to the timing of a rate case, a first rate case, and or use of historical data, actual cost data. Would you please explain why Bluegrass Water chose to file a forecasted test year rate case on September 30th, 2020?
Yes, it's because even at the time of acquisition, we knew what the operation costs were going to be by contract. So all of these new systems were going to lose money from day one. And we also knew over the course of the rate case that we would have known costs that are easy to project and are known for providing service.
And so that explains the use of a forecasted test year. Was there, do you also have anything to offer about filing in September 2020 versus earlier or later?
September 2020 allowed us to bring these systems in this current rate case, and actually those current systems are, the majority of them are subsidized by the overall grouping. So we were losing money. We need to obviously earn a return on investments made to date, and these systems are subsidized overall from an operations standpoint.
In responding to questions about that the Attorney General, that Mr. West asked you, relating to exclusions, or I believe he referred to them as concessions, that Bluegrass Water made in preparing and putting things into the revenue requirement in this case, are in addition to those that you mentioned to him yesterday, are there other such exclusions or concessions?
Yes. So all our business development staff that we talked about, they go and meet these owners and are negotiating the contracts for purchase. None of those costs are included in our rate request here. Those are, from our perspective, those are costs that we're eating internally. So when people are all the time we have on the ground meeting with community leaders and owners, none of that stuff is included in the rate case for you.
And with respect to direct costs related to the acquisition of the systems, including these initial engineering reports that you mentioned, are those included in acquisition cost within the company, or are those then something that are part of the ordinary expenses that you're seeking to recover?
Those are part of acquisition costs.
So to clarify, when you were talking with Commissioner Matthews, who is the ultimate corporate owner of Bluegrass Water Utility Operating Company, LLC, the utility here?
Central States Water Resources LLC.
Okay, which is actually known by its initial CSW, or the formal name is CSWR, LLC.
The formal name is CSWR, LLC.
And do you own CSWR, LLC?
I do not.
I have no further questions for redirect.
Okay, thank you. I guess strictly speaking, redirect should end the matter, but I'll ask one more time. Does anyone have any other question they'd like to ask Mr. Cox?
Your Honor, I had just a couple of questions.
Okay.
I'd like to-
All right, Mr. Sanford, you may ask.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews asked you a couple of questions about compensation, Mr. Cox, and let me just follow up with that. Does CSWR end up paying bonuses in a typical year?
Not for senior executives. We have bonuses down for engineering, customer service staff.
So executives don't receive any sort of bonus or incentive compensation?
That is true.
Okay. What are the criteria by which bonuses are awarded?
It's done on a per department basis. So it's different criteria, for example, for an engineering group than it would be for a customer service group. And in the last year, we have not done any company bonuses across the board.
Okay. Is it tied in any way to financial performance of the company or its operating companies?
It is not.
Let me ask you also about, I think you have a discretionary contribution perhaps to the 401ks that you provide. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the criteria for awarding the discretionary portion of that?
It's not discretionary. It's automatic matching. So it's not discretionary. It's matching.
Okay. So, all right. I may ask about that to follow up later. You just mentioned to Ms. Yunker that CSWR LLC has additional owners. Are they individual owners or are they corporate owners?
Corporate owners.
Okay, so who would be the corporate owners of CSWR LLC?
U.S. Water Systems LLC.
Okay, so it's just a single member?
Correct.
And then does that have additional corporate members above that, or are those individuals?
That is corporate members above that.
Okay, so as we keep going up the corporate chain, approximately how many more levels of corporate ownership would we have?
Just that one. So right above U.S. Water Systems LLC.
So for any corporate owner or the individual owners of LLCs above CSWR, do any of those individuals have an interest or an ownership stake in any of the subcontractors that you utilize that you're aware of?
No, we're not allowed to use any affiliate transactions.
Have they ever been lenders to any of those organizations?
Early on, we had lenders. This has been 4 or 5 years ago. We had an affiliate lender, and that's because it was the only capital available. And we, of course, disclose the affiliate nature of those lenders. But since we've grown in size, commercial debt markets have opened up to us.
Was that lending arrangement criticized by the Missouri Public Service Commission?
Yes, sir, it was, but ultimately passed.
Okay. You also mentioned that for the Midwest Water contract for the O&M that you do that on a statewide basis, but have you considered bidding that out on a smaller basis for firms that are located in Western Kentucky or the Louisville, Elizabethtown area or Central Kentucky to be able to bid upon?
We've done it both ways. So in fact, in the original pass through Kentucky, we tried to regionalize it for smaller regional firms and could not identify firms that met our basic thresholds for operations and maintenance experience.
Where are the actual employees of Midwest Water that conduct these daily inspections physically located? Where do they live?
They're employed all over the state. They live all over the state. Some, they live Western Kentucky, some live in Central Kentucky. And you have a couple people who we affectionately call milk truck drivers who are, cart around to the different systems as needed.
Okay. If I wanted to follow up on that, would Mr. Freeman be the appropriate witness?
We don't track where the operations employees are based. That's not we don't have that information. I've just met them in the field and know that anecdotally.
Okay. So it's your understanding that, excepting perhaps the milk truck drivers, that all of your actual Midwest individuals who are servicing these plants are actually Kentucky residents?
So it's a blend. That's why we use subcontractors. So you think we have people who live in Kentucky or Kentucky residents who do ongoing work. We have Kentucky residents who travel between sites, and we have out-of-state contractors who come in and do specialized work. And it depends on what the type of work is, right? So if you're going to do, I'll give an example. Let's say you're going to do blower service, right? A blower service is a monthly task that can be brought in from out of state and run through the entire state of Kentucky, rather than have specialized crews here in Kentucky that just do blower service. So there's not enough blowers in Kentucky to justify 3 full-time employees. So that's an example of how that can work.
Okay, that's helpful. Last question, following up on some of the questions that the Vice Chairman asked you, is there any system for which you have not already commenced the work that was set forth in your engineering memos?
Yeah, we have all the items that I said we believe require a CPNC. We have not commenced the work on those yet.
Well, that's a little bit different. I was asking a question, is there any system that you have not undertaken work for yet?
Oh, no, the repair work? I don't know. If there's a couple of the newer systems we bought that we haven't done repairs, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, would Mr. Freeman know?
Yes, he would.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. West, do you have anything else?
I do not.
Okay, Mr. Bellamy?
I just had one quick follow-up question. On the debt you mentioned that you're in discussions with the St. Louis Bank, what would be the approximate principal balance of that loan that you're looking at? Is it similar to what you were thinking when you filed the case, or would it be different?
Yes, I believe it's similar. I mean, obviously, we're trying to get to a 50-50 capital structure is our intent with it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Vice Chairman Chandler?
I think I've asked all the questions in the world. Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, you asked more than one or two the last time, so
I will just do some sort of penance for that and not ask anymore.
All right. Ms. Yonker, any redirect of your witness based upon those questions by Mr. Sanford?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May Mr. Cox be excused, or is there a reason for Mr. Cox to remain available? He may be available anyway. I guess we could ask, but
From staff's perspective, he may be excused.
I'm sorry.
He may be excused.
Okay. Does anyone have any objection to Mr. Cox being excused as a witness? By being excused, I mean if he wanted to leave town, or
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. West?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. All right, you may step down, Mr. Cox, and you're excused from any further participation unless you choose to do so at another time during this proceeding. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. You're not going to do the witness.
Ms. Yonker, would you introduce your witness?
So our next witness is Dylan Diascendis, who is not here in Lexington, Kentucky in the room with us. So the person seated next to me, what would normally be the witness chair, is just to help me find things and do things like that. So, but Mr. Diascendis, I see he's been listening all along and has now appeared visibly. So he is ready, I guess, to be sworn in.
All right. Oh, I see him now at the bottom of the screen. Thank you, Mr. DeSantis. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Yunker, you may ask.
Okay. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Dylan William Diascendis, D''ASCENDIS.
And what is your business address, sir?
It's 3000 Atrium Way in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, 08054.
And by whom are you employed, or with what consulting group are you a member?
I am a partner at Scott Madden Inc.
Okay. And would you spell that last name for us, please, for the record, please?
Yes, it's SCOTTMADDEN.
All run together, right?
That's right.
Okay. And did you file or cause to be filed in this proceeding pre-filed testimony verified by a sworn statement?
Yes.
Consisting of approximately 49 pages and then with exhibit tables?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to offer to that testimony?
I do not.
Did you also provide, and are you listed as a witness on, responses to party data requests in this case?
Yes.
And are you available today to answer any questions about that pre-filed testimony or those responses on which you are listed as a witness?
I am.
And in addition, sir, are you familiar with direct testimony that was filed in this case by and sworn testimony by Jennifer Nelson?
Yes.
And that testimony, for the record, consists of 11 pages and attachments, and was sworn and notarized by, and her signature was notarized by Ms. Nelson. Was at the time that this testimony was prepared in late September 2020, was Ms. Nelson a member of Scott Madden Inc.? Or
She was.
Oh, yeah, yes. And are you today adopting her testimony as your own?
I am.
And do you have any corrections to make to the testimony filed under her name?
I don't.
Okay. And also, are you familiar with responses to party and PSC staff data requests that were filed that designated Ms. Nelson as the witness?
Yes.
And are you also adopting those responses, or are you now putting yourself forward as the designated witness on those responses?
Yes.
I have no further questions, and pass the witness for examination by the parties and PSC and its staff.
Okay, Mr. West, Mr. Horn, any questions?
Yes, we have just a few questions. How are you doing, Mr. Diascendis?
Morning, Mr. West. I'm doing well.
Good. I want to talk a little bit about this risk premium of 175 basis points on the ROE that you propose. Talk about the risks that you think justify that 175 basis points.
Sure. So the cost of capital generally is a comparative exercise. And what we've heard from Mr. Cox for the last, I guess, 5 or 6 hours, counting today and yesterday, is how extraordinary the risks this company faces compared to other water companies. Now, I'm not saying that other water companies in the proxy groups don't do these type of emergency repairs and things like that, but this company, they almost entirely do that. They buy systems which are in need of repair, in need of some TLC, for I guess better term, lack of a better term, and that creates risk. And just looking at and seeing that this company hasn't been able to get debt financing should show you all of the evidence that this company is riskier than other water companies.
Okay. I think the condition of the systems, I have a couple questions about that and its impact, but I think I'll hold those until in a couple minutes when I ask you some questions about Ms. Nelson's testimony. But does the size of the utilities impact that risk premium that you pose?
It does, Mr. West. It does, but it's both of the operating risks and the size risk that led me to apply that 1.75.
Okay.
Because if it was just a small company that was operating a traditional water company with no significant emergency needs like this one does, it would that size adjustment or the business risk adjustment would have been lower.
Okay. Are you aware of any Kentucky Commission decisions where a utility has been awarded a risk premium based on size of the utility?
I'm not positive. I haven't looked at everything, and what I have looked at were, based on larger companies like that would be covered in, say, the RRA or Regulatory Resource Associates. So I don't think a company that with only a couple $1 million worth of rate base would be equivalent to, say, a Duke or an Atmos or something like that.
Has the risk premium model or adjusted total market approach, RPM, been adopted in other jurisdictions?
Yes. And I think that was at least some of that was responded to in some of the DRs, but in general, in South Carolina in 2018, I was a witness in a case involving Blue Granite Water, and they adopted my entire position on ROE, including a size adjustment, which would inherently or implicitly approve those type of measures. In North Carolina, in a couple cases involving water companies, they adopted my risk premium approach in line with other approaches, my other DCF analysis or the staff's risk premium model also. But yes, there have been occasions where commissions have adopted the methodologies used or as used in this proceeding.
Okay. But it's you wouldn't call it common that's been adopted.
I would say the theory of a risk premium model is common.
But adoption by commission, you just cited a couple of examples from South Carolina and North Carolina. How many cases have you testified?
100, give or take.
Of those 100, approximately how many would you say adopted your risk premium model as opposed to what I would call a more traditional method like DCF or CAPIT?
Well, I guess where I would start, you got to start the screens, right? So if you take that 100 number, half of them, end in settlement with no speaking to any of that. And then in general, commissions usually don't opine on models or their efficacy or what kind of weight they use for those. They will say, given all of the record evidence, we have selected this rate of return. In my experience, I am pointing out specific commissions when they addressed that model. And like I said, there aren't a lot of commission reports that talk about the models and whether or not they're going to include, exclude what type of weight they've used for those models. So I don't think me pointing out 3 occurrences says anything about whether or not they've weighted it in their analyses or in their decision.
Okay. In your proxy group of 7 domestic non-price regulated companies, the betas for those companies were below 1, were they not?
You said non-regulated or regulated? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Non-price regulated?
Yeah, let me get there. There's 23, correct?
I don't have it up in front of me. It's on, let's see, schedule DWD 5, page 2 of 3.
Oh, yeah, those are still the regulated group. It's just so I'll walk you through it. But this is, so, and can I share my screen or can somebody, it doesn't really matter to me, but.
I wouldn't be the person to ask about.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Okay, yes, you may share your screen with us, Mr. DeAscendis. It's just you will disappear and we'll only see what's on your screen.
Okay. Well, it won't take long, I guess.
Okay.
If you guys want to see me, I'm cool with that too. So Mr. West, tell me when you can see it.
Don't
See it?
Yeah, don't see it yet.
Okay.
And now I see it.
All right. Now, I'll blow it up so you guys can see it a little bit closer. There you go. So this page produces the ranges on which I select my non-regulated pricing proxy group. Now, the reason why I use these screens, which is the unadjusted beta and the residual standard error, is because they are proxies for market risk and non-market risk respectively. And when you pull out, and if you use both of them together, non-market risk plus market risk equals total risk. And selecting and having a group of companies that covers both of these ranges would be considered similar in total risk to the utility proxy group. Now, there's the stop sharing button. All right, I'm back.
I'm not sure that I completely understand that. Wouldn't the value line adjusted beta be?
Yeah, accidentally hit mute.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. West is having technical difficulties like we had yesterday. He's probably gonna have to log on, back on.
Okay.
For over a year, we've had this little script the staff prepared that whoever serves as hearing officer or chairs these hearings or whatever reads, and it always says that it continues to be a learning experience. And there's never been a truer statement made. I don't think we've ever gotten through one without several issues.
Don't worry, when you perfect it, it'll be time to come back into the hearing room.
Well, we've been debating that and concerned that some people won't want to come back, and they'll use the fact they haven't been received the vaccinations or are afraid to. We'll just see. All right, Mr. West, it looks like you're back.
Yeah, I think I've rejoined. I don't know what that's twice now that's happened where it just says disconnected audio and I have to log out and log in. But anyway, so I was asking about the adjusted value line betas and what those values actually mean. It's my understanding that an overall value of less than 1 means that company is less risky than the market. Is that not correct?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay, so can we not surmise from the 7 value line adjusted betas that basket of utility companies is less risky than the market as a whole?
I agree with that.
Okay. Moving in a little bit different direction, is part of the perceived risk associated with utilities that they have to depreciate large expenses over a long period of time, and therefore inflation poses a risk?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. Isn't that risk, though, mitigated by the fact that a utility can always file for rate increase if needed, if financial conditions change?
Right, and that's true of every utility. So if we're talking about the cost of capital and risk being comparable and things like that, all of that is comparable risk, and I would agree that you're right that you can go in whenever you want. And on the other hand, if the commission thinks that the company is over earning their cost of equity, they could also do a show cause.
That's true. Couple questions about Ms. Nelson's testimony that you adopted. She recommended a cost of debt of 9.5%, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what a cost of debt would be for what you would consider a low-risk utility? We've heard you discuss previously about why you think the risks for these utilities are a bit higher.
Say it one more time, you kind of cut off at the end.
Okay. We heard you say a minute ago that you believe the risks associated with Bluegrass Water are higher than some other utilities. What would the long-term cost of debt be for a low-risk utility?
I haven't looked recently at like individual issuers, right? But if you looked at, say, the 3-month average A-rated public utility bond yield ending April, it was around 3.25%.
Okay. And she based her analysis on S&P Capital for B-rated and CCC rated utilities, the yield curve data from that, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Those utilities reflect higher risk and are below investment grade.
That's right. And I think Mr. Cox was talking about it with Dr. Matthews about how this company and most of the affiliate companies operate at a loss. So any company that's not making money, people probably, and in fact losing money, I would assume that people wouldn't want to lend them much of anything. And if they did lend them anything, it would be at a very high premium.
Okay. So part of the analysis is the stream of revenue coming into the utility, but as you mentioned before, the condition of the utilities is a factor as well, right? The distressed nature.
As long as it contributes to business risk, yes.
So in this case, we heard a lot of testimony from Mr. Cox about all the improvements that have already been made and to these systems. So I guess my question is there risk associated with these systems in that they are distressed or have condition issues if those repairs have already been made?
The company has made the risk to operate these systems and need to be compensated for it. So the risk has to reflect the investment. They have not been compensated for that risk.
Will they be compensated when new risks or new rates are set?
I think Mr. Cox said that if the request is granted in full, that would I can't remember, but he said that it would satisfy their needs for the foreseeable future. I think I might be putting words in his mouth, but I think that's what he said.
I'm just trying to understand this. The condition and distress nature of these utilities only impacts the riskiness of the associated with the investment retrospectively.
No, it's the cost of capital is a prospective measure.
Right, but the utilities are no longer distressed, right?
I don't think that was.
If they've been fixed.
I don't think that was Mr. Cox's testimony.
Well, certainly they conducted a number of repairs, completed a number of actions, and in some cases, they've completed the vast majority of actions necessary to bring the system back into compliance. And we heard testimony that the only remaining issues for some of these utilities are addressing infiltration, things like that. So, and we know that those are issues that all utilities face. So, at least with respect to a number of the utilities, that risk would have been greatly diminished at this point, correct?
I wouldn't agree to that.
Well, then tell me why.
Because there still needs to be investment done, regardless of the. I guess there's already been investment, but there's continues to be investment, and
But that's true for all utilities, correct?
That may be true, but they're almost. This company is significantly different than the other companies. Like I said, in terms of size and in terms of, the percentage of, well, I'm not going to go with the percentage, but the amount of the assets that are in distress, and that this company has far more, it seems to me, especially based on Mr. Cox's testimony, that this company has extraordinary risk compared to other water utilities in the proxy group.
Okay. As the company's operations move forward and it continues to acquire systems, it rehabilitates systems, completes a lot of the remedial work that needs to be done, that risk is only going to be reduced as we move forward, correct?
I agree with you there. I don't think it would mitigate the small size issue as they grew bigger, but I do think that it would take some growing for it to be that portion to be eliminated.
I understand. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
It's now 12 o'clock, so if you don't mind, Mr. Sanford, we'll take a lunch break till 1 and come back, and you can conduct a cross-examination of Mr. DeSantis. We'll be in recess until 1 PM. Okay, we're now back on the record. Mr. DeSensis, are you ready? I know I'm sure Mr. Sanford is. Mr. Sanford, if you'd like to begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. DeSantis. It's good to see you again.
Good afternoon, likewise.
Do you happen to have your testimony handy?
I do.
Could you please refer to page 7 of your testimony?
Okay.
And on page 7, you talk about various risk factors. It's kind of macroeconomic theory, I guess, perhaps is maybe the way to describe that. See, it's Exhibit 8-E to the application, Ms. Yenker. So the question there at the beginning on line 1 is, why did you use the midpoint between your average model result and your lowest model result at the bottom of your indicated reasonable range before adjustment? Do you see where I am?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to just chat with you briefly about each of the bullet points that are in your answer. And obviously, when we write testimony, several months elapse from the time that it's written to the time that the hearing is taking place. But on line 6 and 7, one of the key takeaways you have for why there's just sort of general economic uncertainty is the full impact and duration of COVID-19 problems are unknown and outcomes are highly uncertain. Do you see that?
Yes.
As we sit here today, do you still think that that statement is as true today as it was in September?
I think it's less uncertain, but still uncertain. And I guess the effect of using the midpoint of my average model result, my lowest model result, was to go towards the bottom end of my range to kind of mitigate that increased risk. So if you took a look at, I guess it would be page one of my schedule 1. My results, my DCF result is, well, actually, I guess an easier way would be just to flip a page back to page 6 of the testimony. You can see the results here. And as you can see, the DCF result of 9.07 is, in view of the rest of the model results, are a low side outlier. And because of the uncertainty in the markets, I overweighted the DCF to mitigate kind of the higher numbers there.
Would you agree with me that the economy has actually done fairly well despite the COVID epidemic over the last 8 or 9 months?
I would, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at utility companies, in this case, water utility companies, and those companies have been more as risky as the market as measured by annualized volatility, and have increasingly been their returns, their price movements have been highly correlated with market returns, which is shown in the increased beta coefficients from pre-COVID to now.
Okay, so let's talk about the proxy group for just a moment. And I think you had a screen up earlier with Mr. West that had the companies that were part of that proxy group. They're really not like Bluegrass Water fundamentally, correct?
You're talking about the water utility group that I picked, the seven utilities?
Yes.
If you looked at it from a 100,000 foot level, they both provide clean, reliable service, water service and wastewater service to their customers. So as far as that description, yes, but in the operations, I think Mr. Cox has kind of been up and down about it. They do face extraordinary risk, which I reflected in my analysis.
So back to my question, just to compare sort of the characteristics, the water, wastewater utilities that are in your proxy group, they all have substantially more than 3,300 customers, correct?
That's right.
And for the most part, are they regulated or unregulated?
They are regulated.
Okay. Going back to page 7 of your testimony, that second bullet point is that there's the increased volatility of which you're speaking, and that investors are fleeing to bonds. I mean, again, kind of looking at where the stock market has gone since your testimony was filed in September to now, haven't we seen a pretty dramatic increase in equities over that same period of time?
Yes, and bonds too, Mr. Sanford. I would say that, I mean, there have been blips on the radar, such as the time around the election, and some of that Wall Street bets kind of trading stuff in the beginning of the year, and actually right now there's been a little blip based on the inflation scares that have been going on and concerns that are going on in the market. But I would say prices, the market prices have gone up. Volatility has stabilized yet, but it's still higher than historical standards. And bond yields have gone up to pre-pandemic levels.
And then the last sentence that you make in that bullet point is, because of this, the current low interest rate environment is due to increased volatility in the market and not a steady lowering of the cost of debt over time. To what extent has the Federal Reserve's monetary policies also had a role in setting that low interest rate environment?
Well, since they have control of the bottom end of the yield curve, they exert some influence over that. And when they also can purchase corporate bonds, which would also lower the risk of those bonds. So yes, if you're, I would say that the Fed does exert influence over the yield curve, and usually, especially when they lowered rates during the pandemic, it is served to lower those yields.
And is the Fed given any indication that it intends to increase interest rates over the next 12 to 18 months?
Usually I don't look at what the Fed says per se, but what the market would indicate. And you could look at a tool. It's CME Fed Watch, and it shows what the market is expecting the Fed to do with their market interest. And as of right now, that market measure is not indicating any type of raise in the Fed rate, at least through the meetings through the end of this year.
And that's consistent with testimony that the Federal Reserve Chairman's given to Congress, correct?
I would say yes.
So is the fact that we're in or at least what the market and the Federal Reserve Chairman perceives to be a relatively flat interest rate market, does that tend to suggest that maybe the economy is relatively stable?
I wouldn't agree to that, just because. So I guess I can go back to right when we started our analyses, and that was late August. In late August, Chairman Powell kind of changed their inflation policy, and instead of holding fast to a 2% inflation over time, they then said that they wanted to target an average of 2%. And since then, the inflation rate as measured by TIPS bond spreads has gone up from approximately 1.8 all the way up to 1.8% to probably around 2.5%. So you can't really look at just one thing. Like volatility may be stable, but interest rates are going up, inflation is going up. Volatility for the proxy group companies has gone up. So you have to look at it through a bunch of different lenses to kind of put everything into perspective. And usually all of that market noise is reflected in the models that we use to determine that.
Okay, I appreciate that response. So we've talked a little bit sort of the macroeconomic factors. Now, if I can get you to go all the way to page 45 of your testimony, about the company-specific business risk adjustment that Mr. West was asking you about a little bit earlier as well.
Sure. So you said 45?
Yes, it begins on 45, but I think most of my questions will have to do with statements on page 46.
Sure.
So beginning on line 3, you make the statement that size affects business risk because smaller companies generally are able to less able to cope with significant events, that it affects sales, revenues, and earnings. Can you give me a specific example of that?
Sure. I guess this would be a good time to bring up. For example, this case. Halfway through the case, the commission disallowed the rate base of four specific operating companies that they acquired. But I think it was, I don't know what it was, but I know that it was an issue. Now, those 4 companies, which weren't big, right, but were significant to this company, where I think they would have went from a negative cash flow position to a positive cash flow position. Also, I think there was a response to discovery that upon hearing the disallowance of those companies from this rate case, the lending partner was pulled their offer sheet, so they weren't allowed to. Sorry, they're showing my office. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. So back to what I was saying. So that would be something where a significant event affects sales revenue and earnings. And it's a company-specific risk that is germane to what's going on here.
Great. So that's helpful. And then you go on the next statement to say, for example, smaller companies face more risk exposure to business cycles and economic conditions, both nationally and locally. Is that really true in the context of providing wastewater services?
No, I wouldn't say so, because if you think about business cycles and economic conditions, I think Mr. Cox was talking about the aging of the workforce. He was talking about, I don't know if he was talking about this, but everybody would be subject to, say, inflation or supply chain issues that go on in the economy. So I would say company-wide or countrywide or larger macro issues would apply to this company and water and wastewater utilities in general.
So would you agree with me that water or wastewater services is a pretty essential service?
Yes, sir.
And from a discretionary spending point of view, everything else being equal, it's probably one of the last bills that a consumer won't pay.
I would hope so.
Because the consequences would be pretty significant, correct? If they had their sewer service terminated. So,
Yes.
so have you done any studies on the price elasticity of sewer services?
No, I haven't.
So from the revenue side of this, whatever rates are set by the commission, the consumer pretty well has to pay it, correct?
You're saying that the consumer has to pay the rates that are put forth by the company?
No, that are approved by the commission.
I think that may be the case. There may also, and I'm not sure, but there may be some sort of low income type programs where companies assist customers that have trouble paying their bills.
Do you happen to know if Bluegrass has any sort of low income assistance program like electric and gas utilities typically do?
No, sir. I think I said that I didn't know if they had it or not, but I know that there are programs that exist that do that.
Okay, so at least from the revenue side of the equation, would you agree with me that a sewer services provider is pretty well insulated from business cycles and economic conditions?
I would say no to that.
Okay, why do you say that?
Because when we talk about the cost of equity, that cost of equity is reflected in market data. So as far as that market data reflects market cycles and economic conditions, then it would affect the company.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't go buy stock in GM based upon how the S&P 500 does. I buy it based upon how General Motors is doing, correct? As an investor?
That's true, but when we talk about comparable risk standard, and since this company is not publicly traded, you would look at companies of comparable risk to come up with that cost of equity calculation or determination. So if you're looking at that would be affected by those stocks. The stocks in my proxy group would be affected by market forces.
In a macro sense, but I'm trying to get to the point of your testimony where you're talking about the specific risks that this company faces. And so maybe I'm not asking my question clearly, but wouldn't you agree that the revenue side of its balance sheet is less risky than other types of similarly small companies that provide services that are more discretionary in nature from a consumer's point of view?
So you're not saying that this company is less. You're saying that this company. You're asking me whether or not this company, a water and sewer utility, is less risky than, say, another consumer, non-water, non-utility company. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you go on to say, additionally, the loss of revenues from a few larger customers would have a greater effect on a small company than on a bigger company with a larger, more diverse customer base. And that's lines 6 through 8 of your testimony. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware what the customer profile for Bluegrass Water happens to be?
Well, it depends if you're asking whether or not it's if we're talking about at the beginning of the rate case or now. At the beginning of the rate case with those four other systems included, I think was more, I guess, distributed between residential, commercial, industrial. Now with that other one, now with those being disallowed, I think it's solely or close to solely residential.
Yeah, I think that's right. Subject to check, I think Randview may have a church that it provides service to, and there may be a few apartments scattered here and there, but you would agree with me, overwhelmingly, this is a residential service, a service provided to residential customers, correct?
I agree with that, yes.
So is there really a company-specific risk of you losing a few large customers in this context?
I guess it would go back to allowing and disallowing certain of the systems that the company has bought, but if you would count those communities or those companies as larger customers, then the losing one would affect their numbers, their financials anyway.
Sure.
But I get the way that we're talking about using, a mostly residential system with, however, let's just call it 90% residential, and the residential class produces 90% of the revenues, then I would agree with you. If that 10% of commercial industrial, if they were responsible for 50% of, say, the revenues, I wouldn't, but I don't know the specifics.
Yeah, and I'm subject to check. I think in the context of the Delaplane system, it's really only one or two industrial customers, that the overwhelming number of customers.
Your Honor, excuse me, I object to the form of this question where Mr. Sanford is giving his recollection at best of numbers, in which, from my recollection, appears to be inaccurate.
Well, Mr. Sanford, on cross-examination, can have his own recollection. Your witness can agree or disagree or say, I don't know, and you ultimately can come back and correct whatever is done. You may proceed, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Your Honor. So again, in the context of the Delaplane system, by customer count, isn't it still overwhelmingly a residential system served by that package plant?
I'm not sure, but I think that may be the case.
Okay. Let's see, I'm almost done here. On page 48 of your testimony, the question on page 1, does Bluegrass Water also face extraordinary operating risk as compared to the utility proxy group? And your answer was yes. Bluegrass Water's extraordinary operating risks are described in detail by customer or company witness, Mr. Josiah Cox, in his direct testimony. Are you with me there?
I am.
So do you know the capital structure for this company as we sit here today?
It would be approximately 100% equity.
Okay. And do you know, are any of the companies in your proxy group, do they share that same capital structure?
They don't, but in general, operating subsidiary companies of holding companies such as this, for example, Utilities Inc., they hold all their operating subsidiaries at 100% equity.
So my question is, has Bluegrass Water had trouble attracting capital?
Yes, debt capital for sure.
But not equity capital?
You would have to ask Mr. Cox.
Well, could we infer from the fact that it's 100% equity capitalized that there was at least one investor out there willing to take these risks?
I'd agree, but I don't know the amount or frequency or timing of any other equity infusions. Obviously, it could vary. So I don't know to the effect of them, asking and receiving equity capital. I guess the one investor. Yeah, you're right. One investor. So if you would think if it was easy to access capital, they would have more than that.
And is it reasonable to infer that that an investor would make investment decisions on a reasonably informed basis?
Right, and I think that kind of paves the way towards the difficulty, because from what Mr. Cox said, a lot of, if not all of, those operating companies are operating at a loss. So who wants to invest money in a company that loses money?
And
Unless you're compensated for it.
sure. And the answer is apparently there's somebody, correct?
That's right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellamy, questions?
Yes. In your direct testimony, when you were just speaking to Mr. Sanford, you indicated that you mentioned the increased market volatility and attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony, you completed your testimony in August of last year, is that correct?
That's right.
And at that time, and you kind of went over this a little bit with Mr. Sanford, you stated that the market volatility had increased as reported by the VIX, or by VIX, I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that? I couldn't
Yes.
hear you, or I couldn't understand what you're saying.
So I think it's on page 10 of your testimony if you want to look at it, but you basically referred to VIX and indicated that market volatility had increased over historic levels at that time. Is that correct?
So you're looking at line 6 and 7. Is market volatility expected to remain elevated, or are you talking about the previous Q&A?
I'm looking on page 9, actually, starting at line 8. Has market volatility increased in recent months? Yes, it has. A visible and widely reported measure of expected volatility is the VIX. And that's what you relied on for your assessment of market volatility, correct?
That, in addition to the next Q&A, which is expected volatility, and in this discussion here, from pages basically 8 through 13 is talking about how spikes in volatility cause opposite spikes in interest rates, and that the low interest rate environment that was brought upon by COVID was not based on, I guess, a systematic decline in capital cost, whether it was based on a volatility inspired flight to quality.
Sure, but what I was asking is what you were relying on, the metrics you were relying on to measure market volatility. You used the VIX, and then you said you used the CVE, I guess.
Yeah, the term structure of volatility. It's the same measure. It's just expected out further in the year.
So, in the VIX, you described it. It's a visibly and widely reported measure of expected volatility. This is the VIX is something that's widely reported in newspapers, on television, that people that follow economic news in the United States would know what that is and readily be able to identify it at any given time. Is that correct?
That's true.
And again, on page 10, you indicated that the average in from February to August of 2020 was 33.24 on the VIX, and that was 70% above the long-term average. And then,
That's right.
oh, I'm sorry, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
You're fine. And then the expected volatility on page 11 there, you have that chart, which you took from the CBOE. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. For one thing I'm curious about, why in that chart, why didn't you include all the months? There's some months missing out of it.
Because that's what the option positions were at the time. So those were the months available and people were trading on. There wasn't any omissions. That was just what was there.
Okay. And obviously, you follow market conditions on a regular basis. Is that correct?
That's right.
So are you familiar with where the VIX has been in the recent months?
Yes, and I think I was talking to either Mr. West or Mr. Sanford, and it seems like volatility has stabilized a little bit, but is still above historical averages. And since it has stabilized, you can see a corresponding raise in interest rates and things like that.
And has it gone down? It's significantly below the average that you had of 33. Is that correct?
I would agree that. Like I said, there have been spikes since the start of the case, mainly around the election and some of the meme stocks, ME stocks that were going on in early January, and then recently there has been some tumult based on inflation fears. But in general, it's lower than what it was in the period before the direct testimony.
Sure. Now, as a post-ring data request, I know you relied on the expected VIX or projected VIX values. Could you provide for any months that are now historical the average VIX for that month as a post-ring data request?
So to be clear, so if we're looking at the first portion of that October 20, you would want the average VIX for October 2020, and then we'll go through for November, December, January, February, March.
Yes, that's correct. And we'll follow up with it in writing so it can be more clear.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. I'm looking at, this pertains to Ms. Nelson's testimony. She had projected a long-term debt component of 9.5%, and one of the things she had looked at was the various yields on B-rated and triple C-rated utility bonds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm looking at Exhibit Gen 3. It's at basically the very last page of her testimony. And Travis, if you could pull that up, perhaps it might be helpful. But I'll go ahead and move on, and when he gets it up, it's fine. Travis, we needed the exhibit Gen 3 to the testimony of Ms. Nelson. If you have it in front of you, or if you have it in front of you, I can just ask you about it without it showing. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I have it.
Okay. And I'm just looking at just picking the 20-year bonds,
Sure.
and, starting at the CCC annual and moving across to B, on the continuously compounding, can you read the rates as you move across on the 20-year bonds there?
Sure. And I'll read the top first, and then
Okay.
U.S. dollars, utilities, CCC, all-in yield, annual compounding, September 23rd, 2020. The 20-year is 11.68%. The CCC, all-in yield, semi-annual compounding for the same date is 11.35%. The CCC, all-in yield, continuous compounding at that same date is 11.04%. The B utilities all-in yield annual compounding at September 23rd, 2020 is 9.64%. The B utilities all-in yield for the semi-annual compounding at that same date was 9.42%. And the B utilities all-in yield continuous compounding at that same date is 9.21%.
And then, if you could, Travis, if you could pull up, this is Bluegrass Water's response to request for information number 1, item 53. And this is basically, Ms. Nelson was asked for an update of that chart, effectively. It was provided in an Excel spreadsheet, so, but I believe it is the same chart. And if you could look at the 20-year, kind of the same number, 20-year bonds.
Yes.
And you don't have to read them out, they're there. I guess, would you agree, though, that the bond yields are decreasing, or they decreased between when she initially did her testimony and when she provided that update in January of 2021?
20-year, yes, and I actually am looking at, in preparation for this case, I pulled the same thing for May 16th, 2021. They've gone up a little bit since then. If you'd like that, I could send that over to you. Okay.
Yeah, we'll send a post-hearing DI for it.
I'd say the most recent bond yields are in between the ones from direct and the ones that were provided in the discovery.
Okay. Can you define, what would you define as being, and you can take that off the screen there, Travis. What would you define as being a junk bond?
Anything that's not investment grade, which is typically characterized as BBB minus. Anything under BBB minus would be considered junk in the investment community.
Okay. And do you know what how have junk bond yields I bet it's been comparing as to their historic average recently? Do you know?
Historic average meaning how far back you're saying?
Before the pandemic.
I would think now they're probably close to pre-pandemic levels.
So what would the interest rate be on a CCC junk bond right now? Would you know that?
I would, just based on this curve, that I have that I could send you guys over, or I could show it to you. I could share my screen and I could pull it up. It's based on data as of 5/16/2021 from S&P.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's go see where it is. Okay. All right. Okay, so it should be coming up. I'll try and blow it up for everybody. All right, so this is the same data from
Okay.
Gen 3.
So these would be junk bonds on utilities.
Yes. Or did you want to know about corporates?
Yeah, I was curious about corporate bonds as well, non-utility.
In general, and I know that because usually we don't work with junk bonds, but in general, if you took a look at a BAA utility bond yield versus a BAA corporate bond yield, the utility bond yield would be less. I don't know if it works that way in junk bonds, but I know that that's usually the case in utility versus non-junk bonds, investment grade bonds.
The utility would be less.
Yes, that's at least what I've seen through my experience. But like I said, the triple C for the utilities ranges in between 10.6 and 11.2. And that data is from Monday.
Why would the utility yield be less than the corporate junk bond?
I didn't say that. I'm going to pop out of this, but my opinion wasn't based on junk bonds. It was based on investment grade bonds, and that was through experience. Are you asking me that question, or are you asking me the difference, the reason why I think?
Why I was asking why.
Bonds.
I guess I was asking why junk bonds, why utility grade junk bonds would have a lower yield than corporate junk bonds, I guess.
I don't know if that's the case. I know it's the case in investment grade bonds. I don't know. I haven't made that study, so I can't speculate to it.
Okay. I was just going to bring up, Travis, could you bring up that Wall Street Journal? So this was just a screenshot of yesterday of rates on triple C rated corporate bonds. And you got a yield of 6.94%, which is obviously lower than the yields you indicated on the chart. I guess, would you have any explanation for why, I guess, those corporate junk bond yields would be lower than the utility grade triple C bonds?
No, but we probably want to look at it. I don't know why it's different.
And I know with respect to your ROE, your recommended ROE was an 11.8%. If corporate junk bond yields, are around 7%, that's a 5% difference, would it still be your opinion that there's that much additional risk in investing in a rate regulated utility?
Well, the ROE was calculated independently of the cost of debt. So it wouldn't change that cost of equity. I didn't put together a financial risk adjustment or anything like that based on anything, or a credit risk adjustment based on the implied bond rating of the company. So I didn't make any adjustments for their credit risk, so it wouldn't change my opinion of 11.8.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going to skip a couple questions because they've been covered before, so I'm just going to skip down. So in your testimony, you had 3 models, the discounted cash flow, and then the 2 risk premium, and then the capital asset pricing model. Is that correct?
I did the DCF, the risk premium model, the capital asset pricing model, and applied them to 2 proxy groups. One was a utility group, and the other one was a non-utility group, comparable in total risk to the utility group.
Sure. And I was just looking at the DCF model on page 25 of your testimony, and I'm just looking at the equation, honestly. I just wanted to ask you a couple quick questions about that.
Sure.
So based on that equation, would you agree, like, if the stock price increases relative to the expected dividend, the overall ratio would also decrease, which would cause a decrease in the overall model results, assuming everything else is held equal?
So you're saying if everything else equal, if the price goes up, the model result would go down?
Yes.
Yes.
And then kind of same thing, if the expected dividend per share growth rate decreased with everything else being equal, the overall result would decrease as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what's happened to expected growth rates since last August?
Depends on what you're looking at. Like, so say for the market DCF, for a DCF on the market, those growth rates have kind of shot up. Utilities in general, I didn't have it with me, but I think they've stayed relatively stable and maybe increasing also, but not to the extent of say, normal corporate members.
Okay. In the risk premium models, you use the average of the predictive risk premium model and the adjusted total risk premium model approach. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with respect to the predictive risk premium model, the risk-free rate that you discussed in footnote 2 of your, or it's actually, I'm sorry, it's exhibit DT DD1. So I think it's one of the first exhibits to your testimony.
Yeah, it's schedule DWD3, page 2 of 12.
I'm actually looking, I think, at DWD4.
And that would be page 2, then that notes page?
Yes. So in footnote 2 there,
Yes, sir.
can you explain why you used forecasted interest rates from the 2 remaining quarters you used forecasted interest rates for each quarter through the fourth quarter of 2021, and then you used average years from 2022 to 2026 and 2027 to 2031. Can you explain why you use those numbers?
Why I used expected rates, or why I used those numbers in particular?
I guess why use the expected rates?
Okay. So in general, the cost of capital is prospective, which would necessitate the use of expected measures like expected growth rates in the DCF or expected interest rates and risk premium models. And the reason why is that the return on equity is an expectation from investors. Rate making is also prospective because those rates are set in the future and not in the past. So using current measures would not be, I guess, consistent with those two concepts.
Why use projected rates all the way out to 2031?
Sure. The reason why you use that is it's kind of, if you're looking at an equity investment, the time frame of that investment is ongoing, right? So this investment, regardless of who holds it and who doesn't hold it, is going to be outstanding in perpetuity, otherwise known as a going concern. Using the most far out projection is consistent with models such as the DCF, which estimates cash flows in perpetuity. So if you can find a growth rate or a measure that's published by a reputable source that has that type of forecast, you would use it, and that's consistent with the efficient market hypothesis.
So, and at the time that you did the forecasts, the forecasted 30-year Treasury note was 1.4%. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think we all know that's I think the current yield's around 2.35.
You just give me 1 second. I think just making sure that we cover everything that we need to. Sorry, I just want to make sure I wasn't rehashing stuff that Mr. Sanford already covered. Can you explain what a small cap and mid cap company is?
Well, usually the cap is short for market capitalization.
What would be a typical mid cap company, I guess? What size?
So if you took a look at, I think it might be my last page in my schedule. It's not, it's my next to last one. So if you take a look at schedule DWD 7, page 1. So if you kind of, you see the 10 deciles there, 10 size deciles.
Yes.
So generally, deciles 1 and 2 are large cap, deciles 9 and 10 are small cap, and then 3 through 8 would be categorized as mid cap. It may be, 3 to 8, but that's kind of the guide that you're looking at.
So small cap would be anything under $515 million?
Generally speaking, yes.
So would you describe Bluegrass Water, I guess, as a small cap company?
Yeah, and technically I think it's a micro cap, but that's, there's further breakdowns in that 10th decile to get you to, I think there's like an X, Y, and Z 10th decile in this cost of capital navigator, but generally it would fall into small cap, but technically it's probably a micro cap.
I just had a patron value line that I was going to share on the screen, but I think it would be subject to confidential treatment. So,
Want to go into confidential session?
yeah, just briefly, just for a handful of questions.
All right, please tell me when we're in confidential session.
And Travis, if you could go ahead and, oh, actually, don't pull that up until we get into confidential session, actually.
We're in normal session, yes. We're in regular session. I
Chairman.
hope.
Chairman,
Yeah,
May I ask
You-
Ms. Junker for a favor? And I think it may be what she was about to offer. If she would make a notice of filing with that hearing exhibit and maybe any other hearing exhibits that we don't have in our records that the court reporter can't put as a notice of filing into the record, if she would mark it as so at the end of the hearing and file that.
We will do that. So making PDFs of them and then filing them as PDFs. We will do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anything else, Ben, that you need? All right, Vice Chairman, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a few, Mr. Diascendis. I wanted to ask about, you were talking about different blips, talking about the mean blip, we'll call it the COVID blip, and then you were referring to this inflation. I don't think you called it an inflation scare, but this most recent blip that was inflation related. Is that accurate that was your characterization?
Yes, it's not as high as, say, the meme stock blip or the election blip, but it is significant, and it's around. It's been going up and down recently, and it's mid-20s or something like that. It's not as high as the other ones, but it is still a little bit higher.
I just want to make sure I understand your characterization because certainly market risk is certainly something that shows up in the different models. That's not necessarily an individual business risk. So you said it was inflation related. I just want to ask, is it your understanding that let's just pick a point on the yield curve, 10-year treasuries, that 10-year treasuries are not necessarily moving based off this current quote unquote blip?
That's right, because it's not the 88 that it was in March, right? Like VIX was 88 in March. It's more of the relationship between VIX and the interest rates. It's more sudden extreme moves. There hasn't been an extreme move since COVID, which was in March.
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear what we're talking about. So you're saying the blips are in the VIX, and
Yes.
that you're reading, and I don't know if this is your characterization of what or what other people are saying about this current blip, but you said it was inflation related. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
your characterization, or is that what you're hearing other people say that this blip is a response to?
It's my characterization, but it's from reviewing of what's been going on over the last couple of weeks.
Okay, so if it's inflation related, well, as a general matter, if it's inflation related, okay. I'm trying to get too far ahead of me. I hope we can talk somewhat on the same level about this. I'll come up as much as I can. Inflation has a significant impact on bond yields, right? Or bond prices, excuse me.
I would say yes.
I mean, well, that's one of the primary movers of bond prices over time, right? The relationship between the yield of the underlying security and the current inflation rate.
Yeah, and inflation actually has a pretty high correlation to authorized rates of return also.
Okay. So when I say inflation is a significant measure or significant portion of interest rates, right? There's a significant relationship between bond prices and interest rates, right? And I think prices, it's correlated. Yields, it's the inverse. Is that right?
Right. So when bond prices go up, yields go down. That's what you're asking?
Yeah. Sorry, I said it. Yes, but the relationship between yields and prices with the bond and interest rates, the price and yield on bonds are heavily influenced by prevailing interest rates, right?
Yes. I think what you're trying to say is that inflation and bond yields are positively correlated. So when one goes up, the other one goes up.
And my question really is, with all of that, knowing what the relationship is and knowing that inflation is a significant portion of prevailing interest rates, right? Because you have to have a risk-free, it has to include or understand the relationship of what the current inflation rate is. Is it your expectation that generally, if inflation is moving significantly up or down, that there's a significant relation between that movement of inflation and treasury yields?
I would expect so, because it once, so if you look at it now, right, you and I think I quoted a couple numbers during my testimony today, that the break-even inflation rate based on tip spreads are around 2.5 or 242, somewhere around there, 235 to 250. If you look at current 30-year treasury bonds, right, they're around 235. So if you look at real interest rates, which would be interest rates minus inflation, you're looking at negative real interest rates, which is never a good thing. So usually that pressure would push interest rates higher as inflation goes higher.
And that's what I wanted to ask about. And I just know the 10-year, because I look at it every day, over this current quote-unquote blip about inflation scare, has the 10-year moved? Have other treasuries moved significantly based on this inflation fear?
Not yet. It has moved, but it hasn't moved, let's say, violently.
Well, the daily settlements are a little up and down, but at a weekend, no real movement at all. It's still right around, let's say, 165 for a 10-year, which it's been for a month or a couple months, right?
Yeah, I would agree to that. I would say there hasn't been any type of violent move, say, like what happened in COVID.
Okay. So I want to ask for a second about this size premium adjustment and this idea that the correlation or the relationship between, not a correlation, the relationship between small, large firms and return. Right, and one of the citations, and I want to make sure I understand necessarily what the takeaway, and I understand your takeaway. On your direct testimony, page 46, you discuss this quote from Duff and Phelps, two of the more famous names in rate case ROE testimony. Duff and Phelps here, I want to go to, I guess I'll just read it for a second. Tell me if this is accurate. The quote at the bottom of 46. The size effect is based on the empirical observation that companies of smaller size are associated with greater risk and therefore have greater cost of capital. The size of a company is one of the most important elements to consider when developing cost of equity capital estimates for use in valuing a business simply because size has been shown to be a quote predictor, and that's an emphasis there, of equity returns. In other words, there is a significant negative relationship between size and historical equity returns. As size decreases, returns tend to increase, and vice versa. So the first is this, do you know if this quote is in the context of all firms or competitive firms?
All firms. So the study is done based on the major stock indices. So like the NYSE and the NASDAQ and the Amex, that's where that study came from, of which all of my proxy groups are in and all utilities are in. So
okay. But what I want to make clear is that's all publicly traded companies, effectively, is what it looked like. Publicly listed companies, right?
That's right.
Okay. And it's not a rule so much as it is a general observation, the relationship between size and return.
I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. And so insofar as there are exceptions to the rule or outliers to the rule that, whether it's firms that have high barriers of entry, right, or ones that are rate regulated, it doesn't matter. This is the general rule, right, or this is a general observation of that relationship, not necessarily a definitive rule. Is that fair?
At least if you're referring to that comment, yes.
Okay.
I have made a study that links size and risk for utility companies based on value line data, and it shows.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
So I ranked the companies in value line, and it's not in this testimony, and I can provide it if you'd like.
Well, that was going to be my question. Did that? My question is, that study you're about to refer to, or you are referring to, does that form the basis? Is a part of this record to form the basis of the size adjustment that's proposed?
It would just reinforce the fact that size and risk are applicable to utilities. Like, so this general comment also would apply to utilities as well.
You're saying you did a separate study that's not part of the record that you would say supports this general observation.
That's right.
Okay, so let me ask this. It doesn't say here, well, let's say what it does say. There's a relationship, right, between size and historical equity returns. As size decreases, returns tend to increase, and vice versa. The vice versa, that would be as size increases, returns decrease. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Does that say that smaller firms are riskier than larger firms, or, and I think I know where you're going to answer, but just, or does it just mean what it says, that larger firms tend to have lower returns?
So I guess I could point you to that last page again. I guess it's scheduled DWD 7, page 1, and it shows the premiums based on empirical analyses based on the size. So it's not just what it says; it's actually tracked and shows that.
I'm not even looking at the numbers right now. I'm just asking.
Oh.
Does it say here that larger firms have less risk, or does it say here that does this exact quote from Duff and Phelps say larger firms have less risk, or does it just say that larger firms have lower returns?
I think my interpretation is more the second sentence. The size of the company is one of the most important risk elements to consider when developing cost of capital estimates for use in valuing a business, simply because the size has been shown to be a predictor of equity returns. So it would say that size does determine or is a predictor of risk, which is measured by returns.
Well, and this is what it says in the next sentence, that it's a predictor based off the second sentence or the last sentence in this. It's a predictor based off of past correlation, correct?
Right.
And what I'm asking specifically is the correlation between, and I get that there's a relationship between risk and return, and that's the second set of questions here, so just bear with me. Is this quote about return or risk?
I would say it's risk.
You would say it's risk. So when it says that there's a significant relationship between historical equity returns, size and historical equity returns, you're saying that's a quote about risk and not about return?
Yeah, because as it says in the first sentence, it says the size effect is based off the empirical observation that companies of smaller size are associated with greater risk.
Right, but that's the summary of the observation. But what I'm saying is, what I'm really trying to get to is, did they see the observation of returns and therefore impute the fact that because historically risk and return have a relationship, that because the returns look the way they do, that must be the same thing for risk?
They looked at, and so the first sentence is the summary of the observation that small companies are riskier, and they used it by looking at the observations of the returns.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. The evidence they have is based off returns, right? Returns as a factor of size. And then they said, because returns as a factor of size look like this, and as a general matter, risk and return are negatively correlated, right?
Risk and size.
Yeah, sorry. So the higher the risk, the higher the return, right? Positively correlated. That we then say the smaller the company, the higher the return, we're going to say the higher the risk. That's what this quote says, right? This observation from Duff & Phelps.
Right, and then my study shows it's based on the coefficient of variation of net profit. So it's more volatility than, which is risk. Volatility is risk. It's the definition of risk. And in my study, it shows that utility companies, as they get bigger, the coefficient of variation shrinks.
Okay. So let me ask this question about companies generally. I'm wondering if there's some sort of your experience on this. Is a firm whose shareholder return is observed via stock appreciation, right, an increase in price, versus a shareholder whose return is not necessarily pursuant to stock appreciation, but rather dividend or dividend growth. Is there a difference in the imputed risk between, let's say in the DCF model? Are both of those appreciations treated equally in relation to risk?
It depends what you're doing your measurement, right? So if you're using a DCF model, if you don't have a dividend, you can't compute the model, right? But you can compute, which means you couldn't get an indication of the cost of equity. But if you did do, say, a CAPM, you could use a beta and a risk-free rate and a market risk premium to get that type of the comparison of risk between the two. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So here's my question: if you were a stockholder, if you were a shareholder, from a risk perspective, do you want the identical return made through an appreciation of stock or a return of capital as a dividend, assuming equal tax treatment?
I would say that it differs from investor to investor based on risk tolerance. I don't think it's a better than or less than argument. It's more.
Well, how does
personal preference.
I'm asking from the perspective of valuing or calculating risk tolerance. Is one of them riskier?
Well, I mean, it depends, right? Because you could. I don't like to run around in circles, but I would say that Berkshire Hathaway doesn't pay dividends, right? But that's a safe company. And then CenterPoint pays dividends, but cut them in half a couple months ago.
Well, I'm sure.
So it doesn't. I don't know. Depending, it's a case by case basis based on your investment.
Right, but I'm asking from a risk perspective. Is there a difference in the risk? And what it sounds like to you is that it matters upon the risk perspective of the shareholder, which would mean that there is a difference in the risk. And I'm trying to understand that you're talking that there's this crazy observation, right? And I don't mean crazy in the sense that it's not related to rational evidence or anything like that. I'm just saying there's this wide observation about hundreds and hundreds of publicly traded companies, right? And then from that, there's an observation about returns. And from that singular observation of returns as a percentage of size, there's a size premium adjustment proposed for an individual utility, right? Based off this individual adjustment. And what I'm trying to understand is it that simple, or are there other variables at play between these singular observations and your single adjustment?
So, I mean, the observations are usually based on total returns, which means it's both. It's appreciation and dividends. So that portion would be the same regardless. Like, so say if Apple, their growth was whatever, 10%, and that was all capital appreciation, whereas Duke Duke had 10% too, but that was half income, half capital appreciation. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter as opposed to if that's what you're trying to get at.
So here's where I'm trying to get at, Mr. DeSantis, and I'm not trying to get at necessarily anything. I'm really trying to understand. It sounds like to me that the singular reason, the singular underpinning of your proposal to add a risk premium or a size premium to your proposed equity return is a general observation that in publicly traded capital markets, that larger firms have lower returns.
Lower risk.
Lower returns, right? That's what the observation, the market observation is based off returns. And from that's what we talked about a second ago with Duff and Phelps, right? Because you can't, there is no objective, you don't look at the market, right, and determine the risk of everything. The risk is based off of the returns, right? The observed returns. That's what we discussed earlier, correct?
Right, but you're not seeing the entire picture. The betas of these companies are higher, things like that, where the smaller companies have more risk, and it's not just based on returns. It's based on volatility.
What is beta if it's not the return of an individual stock as it relates to the return of the individual or the entire market?
But what I'm saying is that you have risk. It's not return. That's the difference that I think you and I are trying to discuss. It's more, these companies are observed to have less. The larger companies have less risk than the smaller companies.
Okay, but other than this, we're looking at this Duff and Phelps, right? That's where we're starting. That the risk, the takeaway on risk as it relates to size is based exclusively on observed returns.
By size.
That's right.
And then the risk premium based on the size.
Right.
It's called a risk premium. It's not a return premium.
Right. So I appreciate that, but it's exclusively underpinned by observed market returns, right? That's the basis of the perceived risk, or the relative returns.
Well, it's not perceived risk if it's quantified, and the adjustment isn't only based on size; it's based on the operating risk as described by Mr. Cox. I'm using this guide as a proxy for the adjustment. If I use the entire adjustment, the indicated size premium is 420 basis points.
I'm perfectly happy to talk about business risk, and that's what I'm trying to ask about. Is other than this individual metric of risk based off observed market returns, what else underpins your proposed size premium adjustment? What other risk?
The size of the company relative to the proxy group and the extraordinary business risk as described by Mr. Cox.
Okay, and that's literally what I'm trying to get to, that there's two factors, right? Is one is this observed return as a relation of size, right? And therefore the relationship between return and risk is observed, okay? That, and then there's the business risk, the operational side, right? And other than just saying, revenues as what you were talking to Mr. Sanford about earlier, which is losing a single customer, that's, a single customer of a specific size, that may be 1% of a bigger size company, and it might be 10% of a smaller size company. Other than that, what else makes a smaller entity, and specific to this instance, a smaller rate regulated entity more risky than a larger rate regulated entity?
I think I was talking to Mr. West about how if you're looking at these companies that are comparable in risk, you have to look at the operations to see whether or not there's a difference, a material difference in risk between the two. Now, while I recognize that there are the companies in general, they all have emergency capital to spend to get things out of non-compliance. This entire system was in non-compliance, and they spent the better part of 2 or 3 years fixing and spending capital on this system. So this is far and above the amount of risk compared to a traditional operating company. And all you have to do is look at they're not earning anything. They have a negative rate of return. You look at you can't find a water utility that is publicly traded that has lost money consistently, which just speaks to the amount of risk that the company has. And we have to reflect that risk in the rate of return, because nobody's going to invest in their money in a company that's losing money.
So is this a forward-looking analysis or is this a backward-looking analysis? Because it sounds like you're looking at, from your analysis, that you're looking forward for returns and backwards for the risk.
Even if you approve this request in full, because of the omission of the other 4 companies, they are still in a negative cash flow position. So it's not just looking back; it's looking forward.
And what is and I guess what I failed to hear in your response is anything related to why that is justification for a size adjustment.
It's actually called a business risk adjustment so it's a size and it's business risk, and since size is a portion of business risk, I guess I'm not clear on what you're asking.
Okay. And so insofar as a company continues to go out and purchase a number of systems that aren't currently incorporated in rate base, even if they have forecasted test periods or the ability to file, if they're a water utility, purchase water adjustments, if they get water from somewhere else, regardless of all that, due to management's interest in going out and purchasing additional systems that are not necessarily reflected in rate base, that utility and that management should thereafter get an additional equity return, higher and above the market return.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you, Mr. DeSantis. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions? Dr. Matthews, any questions?
I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere, but I couldn't get my mute to unmute. I don't have any questions. I don't think there are any left.
Ms. Yunker, redirect.
I do have some. I believe it was Mr. Samford asked you, Mr. DeSantis, about the elasticity of revenues or price inelasticity of customers of sewer and water services. Do you recall that?
I do.
With the implication that there would not be much of a drop-off in revenues as the price increased, correct? That would be price inelasticity. You would not have a demand suppression effect then on your revenues. Is that correct?
That's right.
Are you aware of any analyses, or have you done any analysis? Well, I guess you'd be aware of it then. Done any analyses about the effect on water and sewer or other utility revenues based on moratoria that have been declared on ceasing service, terminating service during this COVID pandemic period?
Well, I haven't done any studies. I know that there are rate moratoriums on payment, and customers are supposed to contact the utility if they cannot pay, and then the utility is to work plans out for them until that balance is paid. I think that's it.
Okay. And do you know whether or not that has had an effect on the revenues of companies, or on the risk, the market risk for them, or how the market views their risk?
I don't know for this company specifically, and in general, bad debts have gone up for companies, depending on whether or not the commission, some commissions have instituted regulatory assets to protect the utility for that. I don't know if it's universal throughout the country, but in general, that is my understanding of what's going on, that bad debts are rising, and some commissions are helping companies with regulatory assets. That being said, the regulatory assets have to be recovered, which hasn't been done yet because the moratoriums are still in place in some states.
Since you prepared your testimony, are you aware whether or not there have been increased or increasing shortages and then price rises with respect to basic repair and replacement goods, metals, lumber and other materials, as well as the labor needed to fix and repair systems?
I am in the cost of capital business, not in the
Okay.
wastewater operations business, but just reading the press generally, it seems like there's some supply chain issues across the country and across industries.
I believe Mr. Sanford asked you a number of questions that basically asked you about changes since late summer last year in 2020 to today, and whether or not there would be whether or not that was a change in a relevant factor for rate of return or other things. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't write, my notes weren't good enough for this, but I believe that he did not always ask you in which direction that change would be, whether that would be would indicate an increase or a decrease. But I did make a note about with respect to the, I did not ask you with respect to the omission of the 4 companies that were in the rate case or intended to be in the rate adjustment, and for which there will not be a rate adjustment at this point, whether or not that change, other things being equal, whether that would be would increase or decrease return.
I don't know if it would change it all that much, but just if as a directional indicator, it would go up just because the size would go down. But I think we've established that the company is just sufficiently small. But the operating risk would remain because just for the fact that those 4 companies don't get rate relief, and they're not capturing their cost of service. And until they do, they will be the companies will be operating at less than an optimal rate of return. Or I guess in other words, the company is probably not going to not have a chance to earn the ROE that's authorized in this case.
And They always tell you as a lawyer not to ask a question you don't know the answer to, but I think it's important in this case where there have been a number of things brought to your attention, and you have given an opinion about whether it's a up or down kind of change, everything else being equal. Is it valid to then sort of total up how many pluses and how many minuses there are? And if the minuses outweigh the pluses, that means that the rate of return should be lowered?
I haven't made the study. I haven't updated. I guess I'll just preface it that way, but I would assume that the number, the 1180 would still be within the range of reasonableness in this case, if I did.
Okay, and by the 1180, you're referring to your conclusion on page 49 of your testimony, that is your point estimate recommendation of a cost of equity of 11.8%, correct?
That's right.
I have no further questions on redirect.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Mr. West, any follow-up?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Mr. Sanford?
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Bellamy?
Staff does not have any questions.
Okay. Vice Chairman Chandler?
Yeah, I do, based off that question. Mr. DeSantis, has staff asked for, in any data request for you to update your return on equity testimony with updated information or newer data?
They have not.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Matthews?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
All right, Ms. Yonker, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, may Mr. DeSantis be excused?
Yes.
I appreciate it. Have a
Mr.
good day.
DeSantis, you may step down and you may be excused. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. Before we get to the next witness, it's now almost 3 o'clock, so we'll go into afternoon recess until 10 minutes after 3 and come back and start with your next witness. All right, we're now back on the record. Ms. Yunker, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Bluegrass Water calls Brent Teese.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Yunker, you may ask.
Please state your name for the record,
Brent Gene Teese.
and your last name is spelled Thies,
That's correct.
but pronounced Teese.
Correct.
And what is your business address, please?
Business address is 1650 DePere Road, Suite 303, St. Louis, Missouri 63131.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
CSWR LLC, the parent of Bluegrass Water, and I am the controller.
And have you held any other positions at the company?
When I started with the company, I was a senior accountant and was promoted in 2018.
Mr. Teese, have you filed, or have been filed in this case, direct testimony consisting of 16 pages and marked as Application Exhibit 8D?
Yes, I have.
And do you have at this time any corrections to that testimony?
I have one correction. On page 7 of my testimony, line 20, the first two words of that line are each class, and after the word class, there should be a period. The line continues with a rate which. The word which is a typo and should not be there. So the line should read each class period, a rate was then developed.
Do you have any other corrections to your testimony?
No, ma'am.
And are you also designated as the witness on a large number of responses to party and PSC staff requests in this case?
Yes, I am.
And I wish to point out to the parties and the commission that through counsel error, we made two mistakes in filing the responses that had Mr. Teese on as the designated witness. In the case of, and these are both to the first set of Attorney General's responses, in 1 AG 31, we just failed to file a response, just didn't make it in between 30 and 32 on that one. And so, and then on 1 AG 40, in response to that, we actually just copied over, copy and paste error, copied over a response to just a completely different request. We, on Monday night, on May 17th, with a notice of filing, we did file in the record that missing and that erroneous response. So we wanted to call people's attention to that before we started. Those are, and both of those are things on which Mr. Teese is designated as the witness.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, I will tender Mr. Teese for examination by the other parties and by the commission and its staff.
Okay, Mr. West, Mr. Horn, cross-examination.
Yes, I have a few questions for Mr. Teese. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I had anticipated that Mr. Freeman might testify before you, and so I structured these questions accordingly, so I'm going to have to do this a little bit backwards, but are you familiar with Mr. Freeman's testimony?
It's a lot. I am familiar, not in great detail, but I am familiar.
Well, I'm just going to ask you a general question, I guess, but in his testimony, he lays out various construction items and associated costs for all the different systems. And when we get to him, I'm going to ask him which of those construction items have been completed and which haven't. And I guess two questions for you related to that. One, for the items that have been completed, would you be able to provide us with documentation regarding the actual costs for those activities? if we did so in a post-hearing data request or something like that?
Yes, I was just about to say, I don't think we've been asked for that yet, so I'm not sure the document exists today, but we certainly could do that.
And in the existing proposal, if the actual cost for those construction items differed from the estimated costs in Mr. Freeman's testimony, how would any savings related to those differences accrue to the customer, or would they?
So the actual cost would be what shows up on our books, and any savings would be passed to the customer in rates, although with a forecasted test period, we wouldn't be able to make that adjustment sort of in real time. It would be in a future proceeding.
Just to make sure I understand that, you're saying the difference would remain on the company's books until the next rate case, at which I guess you could say it could be trued up or trued down to either the customer's benefit or detriment, however it works out.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any in any other states or jurisdictions where you operate? Is there any kind of financial mechanism in place where you're able to share savings like that with the customer on a real-time basis? Not a real-time basis, but through a rider that gets that savings back to them quicker than your next rate case?
We have no riders in place to that effect, but have discussed them internally and in other jurisdictions.
Okay. Just with the comment that I will follow up with those post-hearing data requests regarding receipts or other documentation regarding construction items that have already been completed based on Mr. Freeman's testimony. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Sanford?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Thies. Is that, did I say that?
Tease, the H is silent.
I apologize.
No.
So I want to talk to you about several subjects, but let's start out with corporate allocations. So at a very high level, the purpose of a corporate allocation is to take company overhead from like a parent company and then allocate that to the various operating units. Am I thinking about that conceptually correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So isn't it true that the largest part of CSWR's corporate overhead comes from the human resources functions, salaries, benefits, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So I think there was also perhaps, well, let me back up. The CSWR would be the source, really the only source of corporate allocations to Bluegrass Water, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So within CSWR, I think we've heard testimony that some employees are primarily, if not exclusively, engaged in business development activities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the company, as I understand it, has excluded their compensation and travel expenses from the allocation or from the overhead before it made the allocation calculation. Is that right?
That is correct. There's a component of executive salary that's also excluded as it relates to managing those employees and their activities.
Okay. I don't have all of the categories of the allocation in front of me, but I remember like there was IT. That's one of the categories. Did you make, well, first off, do any of the business development employees use IT infrastructure from CSWR?
I'm pausing only because much of our IT infrastructure, as that would be traditionally understood, is actually software as a service and cloud-based items that many times are in our office expense categories. So it's not an unqualified yes, but certainly they use some technological and computer infrastructure from CSWR.
And I think maybe, if I recall, legal was another category for which costs are allocated. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do any of your business development employees ever from time to time call upon the legal resources of CSWR?
Certainly they do, although most of the legal resources would be allocated to the operating companies for which those services are provided. We have legal resources in each state generally that provide help even to our business development folks. They have regulatory and other questions about their activities.
But those allocations, direct allocations, could only be made once the system had actually been acquired, correct?
They are on the books of the operating company, but certainly they are not recognized as construction in progress or those kinds of things until a system is acquired.
So would it be fair to say that to the extent that the business development team was using legal resources of CSWR prior to an acquisition, that couldn't be allocated to the operating company that may end up making the acquisition, or actually the one that's being acquired?
I don't think I'm quite following, because based on the budget that we have allocated out, there is no substantial, if any, legal expense in that budget that relates to acquisitions. Those legal expenses relate to corporate kinds of things, a human resources firm that we would use for employee training and other employee issues. It really doesn't have much, as I said, if anything, to do with the acquisition process.
Okay. Has the calculation actually been run, or are you just kind of opining?
Calculation, what specific calculation?
As to how much of that is how much of the legal expense is dedicated to business development purposes?
So as I built the budget, I sort of understand that we had not planned for any acquisition dollars to go into that budget. So would I unequivocally say there's never a phone call that's made to get expense there? No, but I certainly know that we don't plan for any costs related to acquisitions to end up in that CSWR overhead budget.
Okay, and then you have I think a line item, if I remember correctly, for insurance for CSWR. Is that correct?
Yes.
With that, I assume that's probably property, liability, auto, workers' comp, those types of coverages.
It would not include property and auto. Those are directly allocated to the utility operating companies, but it would include workers' comp, directors and officers, insurance, those types.
Okay, and so again, kind of within the business development, is there a allocation for your insurance expense that's attributable to business development activities?
You're saying out of that insurance budget that is at CSWR?
Yeah, it was a very poorly worded question. Let me try again. Out of the total expense that you have for insurance, is a portion of that insurance expense used to cover employees who are engaged in business development functions?
The workers' compensation portion certainly would be, yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that in excluding the human resources and travel portions of CSWR's business expense, that perhaps some other expenses of the company that are attributable to business development may have also been omitted, or may have been omitted?
I'm trying to think through the other budget lines and to assess that question. Certainly the insurance is the one, as you brought up, that makes some sense. But yes, it's possible.
Okay, and I mean, office space, rental, computers, those types of things. So that's not strict, that's not in your human resources budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So could I ask for a post-hearing data request to get the updated allocation that would include business development expenses in all of those areas?
We assume that post-hearing requests will be
In
allowed.
writing? Sure. I submit it formally, but just to kind of put you on notice that I'll be asking for that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So do you remember filing an update to several of your schedules on March 19th of this year?
Certainly remember filing many things. Can you be a little more specific, please?
Well, let's see. There was that, it was a 69-page filing, I recall, that had various allocations. It was various schedules that pertain both to the update, the base period and the forecasted test year.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
When I looked at that, what it appeared to be is that the CSWR allocation was increasing from approximately 221,000 as of the end of the base period, which was December, to 335,000 through, I believe that was maybe the end of the test year.
Okay.
Subject to check, does that sound close to being right?
I would have to check, but if you say so, I agree.
So it was an approximately 50% increase in the corporate allocation from 221 to 335. My math right on that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the same time, the non-business development budget, which doesn't count the things we just talked about, the exclusion, that was only increasing from approximately 5.4 million to 6.4 million, which is about a $1 million increase, which comes out to about 19% if my math was correct. So can you explain to me why the overall non-business development budget would go up by 19%, but the allocation to Bluegrass would go up by 50%?
I'm sorry, before he answers, Mr. Sanford, if I could just check to make sure we're looking at the same things. Are you referring to the lots of workbooks that were filed on March 19th, 2021 as the base year update filing?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry.
So the allocation itself is based on three factors, and it's part of testimony, but ultimately it's the average share attributable to Bluegrass for revenues, direct labor, and utility plant. And so as those things are going up over time, it certainly is reasonable to expect that the allocation to a specific utility would go up. So in this case, Bluegrass is in a construction period where we intend to put more things into service over the next period, and that's at least one driver of how that could happen.
Okay, so it's not driven by customer count because you're not really adding any customers, whereas we heard testimony earlier today that you're adding thousands of customers in other states, correct?
That's correct. Those factors do not directly incorporate customer counts.
So again, it's the capital investment probably would be my guess would be the principal driver of that.
And also if we factored in any type of revenue increase from the conclusion of this case.
Okay. So in your testimony, which I thought was very well done, you explained how the Massachusetts formula works, and you go through that, and you say that there's sort of these inferential references. So if a utility plant is high relative to others, then that would imply that let me back up. a higher level of capital investment in your utility plant would require more time and higher expense to perform the necessary accounting and presumably other corporate functions that are associated with that plant.
That's correct, and I used accounting just as one example, but you're correct.
Okay, and then so the same would be true for the direct labor portion of that Massachusetts formula. The more labor expense, the more overhead should be accounted for that.
Direct labor in our model relates to the contract costs. So it's independent of any construction that's going on. Those would be other bills, invoices, or pay apps, whatever, purchase orders.
Okay, so that labor component, and that's really all of the corporate contractors that you have. It's not necessarily the contractors who are providing a service. It's not like Midwest Water, which is specifically going to Bluegrass. Am I?
No, I'm sorry. Sorry for cutting you off. It is Midwest Water. That's what we're talking about there.
Okay, and so is that the only outside contracting service that would be in that bucket, or would there be others? And maybe to kind of save a little bit time, like I know that you have contracts with the Elasticity LLC. Would that be a contract that would be in this bucket, or is that something else?
That would not be in that bucket, no.
Okay, and same thing with Starnick Systems?
Correct. Those would not be part of direct labor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So help me understand the one that I didn't see in your testimony was the relationship between revenue and allocation. What should I infer from having more revenue relative to a different system? What does that tell me about your cost allocation?
You mean how is it part of kind of the mathematical driver, or what are you asking about the rationale behind using it as a factor?
I'm kind of looking at more the rationale behind using it as a factor.
So we didn't invent the Massachusetts method. We pulled it from other utilities and other places, and so I think there are certain cost drivers that occur with increased revenue, such as bank fees and those type of things that are kind of based on not volume, but total dollar value. But I honestly, as to why it was put in the original version of the Massachusetts formula, I can't speak any more to that other than just sort of how I would think about it myself.
Okay, let me think about it in relation to like your utility plant and service. And I'll just use a purely hypothetical here. But if my utility plant and service for a particular operating company is 10%, but my revenue is 8%, does that give me any sort of a comparison or indication as to whether or not, relative to other operating companies, I'm earning the same amount of revenue per dollar of plant or a lesser amount of revenue per dollar per plant? Does that make sense?
It does, but I think the correlation would be directional, simply meaning that there are a lot of factors that go into plant and service. When we first acquire something, it's the acquisition cost, and so from there, you would, I think, be able to determine whether, if you look at utility plant and service, whether we are doing major construction or not, and then that eventually we think is something we would seek rate recovery for. So it would be sort of an indicator more than a direct correlation.
Okay. And over time, would you kind of expect, if your system is relatively stable, would you expect that those three factors will kind of levelize and get to a kind of an equilibrium?
Absolutely. Certainly there could be mitigating factors to that, but we would expect that to be the direction, yes.
Okay. So in this particular instance, why would the highest factor here be the revenue factor, whereas I think the lowest factor may be the direct labor expense?
Well, what do you mean by highest and lowest?
Well, when you figure out what the percentage for each of those three different variables is, correct?
Yes.
average those out to come up with your cost allocation factor, right? So relative to the plant in service, the revenue amount, and then the direct labor cost, as I understand it, Bluegrass's revenue is the highest of the three factors, correct?
I'm not currently looking at the worksheet, so I can't confirm that, but if it is as you say, I will agree with that.
Okay. So does that suggest then that the investments, that the revenue that is being generated is greater in proportion to the amount of revenue that's being generated by other systems, other assets that are not Bluegrass Water on a per plant dollar basis?
So sort of a revenue as a percentage of utility plant and service, is that
Yes.
sort of question that you're asking? Operating expense is obviously a third factor, and there are a lot of components to that outside of just the contract operations. And so I don't think without further analysis I could give a really good answer on that, because each utility has a different kind of cost structure and what the majority of their operations expense goes toward, whether it's direct labor or it could be maintenance items, other things like that.
Okay. Thank you. That's fair enough. So I just want to confirm a number that I heard yesterday. When these systems were originally acquired, the total for all of the systems acquired today was approximately $850,000 or so. Does that sound right?
Yes, 865 is the number that I have outside of closing costs and title fees, those types of things that happen at acquisition.
Okay. And so the earliest acquisition, I think, took place late summer of 2019. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
So from September, we'll say, give or take a month of 2019 through the end of the test year, which would be, I think it's April of next year, right? You're looking at approximately $8.5 to $9 million rate base at the end of the test year.
That's correct. Water and sewer combined, yes, sir.
Okay. So that would certainly be a material increase in the rate base over what's really about a 2-year period, right? 2.5-year period.
Yes, the 865 though is the first group, and there's another group of systems that's near $1 million in acquisition costs. So it's certainly not all construction, but it is a material increase in terms of rate base from one point to the next.
Okay. Let me ask you, just got a couple more topics here. I want to talk about plant retirements. On page 13 of your testimony, you may, I don't know that you'll actually need to refer to it, but if you want to, what I'm going to ask you is, recall making the statement that plant retirements would be reflected in your forecasted test year?
I'm on page 13. Do you mind pointing me to the line or the?
Look around lines 12 through 14.
Okay. That is what it says, yes.
Okay. Do you happen to have Schedule B2 handy that was part of that March 19th update filing?
Give me a moment, please.
Yeah.
Sure.
So actually, yeah, he's going to look in what was its equivalent at the time of the September 30th application filing.
This one.
So this was from this we filed September 30th.
Gotcha.
Is that and those are the worksheets behind this. So you need to look at the base year filing, which I think I've got.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm looking at says base year update 3/19/2021 in the lower right-hand corner.
Rate base?
Yes. Super.
Okay, so I am pulling up for him exhibit or the spreadsheet, the workbook with the name DY Update dash Rate Base Sewer Excel spreadsheet for those who are keeping score at home.
And then when you have that, if you could refer to page 28 of 69.
Just follow the PDF. Okay. So we only, Mr. Sanford, we only filed these as worksheet. Okay. Sorry.
I'm looking at Schedule B2. Did you say there was another component that you'd like for me to look at?
Yes, so when I look at the retirements there, this is an update to the base period, correct? Page 28 of 9. So I don't see any retirements reflected during the base period. Does that seem odd to you?
I can see how it seems odd based on the testimony, but having been through the numbers, I'm not surprised that there are no retirements there as of yet.
Okay, why are you not surprised?
Because I would have recalled making those retirement analyses and entries, and I don't recall doing any of those at the end of the year.
Okay, so you're not surprised because you don't remember doing it. So
Correct.
Are you surprised that there haven't been any retirements in the base period based upon all the work that's been conducted already?
Do you mind restating your question? I apologize. I was trying to review and listen at the same time.
Yeah, well, let me ask it maybe a different way. We confirmed yesterday that there's approximately $6 million in capital expenditures that have been targeted for Bluegrass's system, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Cox confirmed for us yesterday that over $5 million had already been invested of that amount, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So what I'm trying to understand is if $5 million has been invested, then why would there not be a single dollar of retirements on this exhibit covering the base period?
I understand your question, and I appreciate it. I think that I don't think I can give a great answer to why you don't see them on this page. I think overall I would say that so many of the assets were fully depreciated that it has a minimal net impact on the rate base.
Not minimal, zero impact, right?
I'm sorry, it would have a minimal impact on the rate base were we to include a significant number of retirements there because of their associated depreciation that's also carried on our books.
Okay, but I mean, if an asset's retired, you still have to record it as retired, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So would we expect to see those retirements show up in the forecasted test year?
I know they're not there, so I'm trying to think back through the logic, but it would be reasonable to expect that, yes, but I acknowledge that they are not there.
Okay, so you anticipated my next question. When we look at the next page, page 29, it also shows zero retirements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So how long have you been working in and around utilities?
4 years.
So in your experience, have you ever come across a situation where utilities made $6 million in capital expenditures on facilities that are already in existence and didn't realize a single dollar of retired plant and service?
I have not come across that, no.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the outside contracted services.
Okay.
So, and specifically, I was thinking on this maybe to look at staff data request 4, which I think I can maybe share my screen. If that would be helpful to show you. Would that be acceptable?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on.
So data request 4 is related to budgets. Am I on the incorrect one?
No, I think that's correct. Let me find it first, please. All right, here we go. All right, let's look at response number 9. Okay, so this question is asking you to identify various outside contracts that I guess most of these contracts, or probably all of these contracts, are actually with CSWR, correct?
Not all of them. The only 2 that are with CSWR, I'm sorry, 3 of them are with CSWR, to my knowledge, the James Fowler, Elasticity, and Starnick.
Okay, so the PH Enterprises LLC contract with Mr. Pulliam and Mr. Hammond, what was that contract for?
Those gentlemen were affiliated with, in some way, and I don't know the particulars of engaging them, were affiliated in some way with the system that we purchased and had firsthand knowledge of it and its design and construction that we wish to keep near. And I think the contract itself has been provided in another data request, and it spells out a little bit more in detail about why they were retained.
Okay, and do you know, were they the former owners of that system?
I do not know for certain whether they might have been owners or operators. I don't know that.
Okay, let me ask you about the elasticity. As I looked at it, that appears to be for public relations marketing purposes.
Correct.
Okay, and that is a contract with CSWR?
That is correct.
Okay. When I think there were maybe invoices attached. I'm not sure if they were attached to this data request or not, but when I looked through that, the only thing that I could really come up with that Elasticity did specifically for Bluegrass was the video that we saw yesterday, business cards, a brochure, and Facebook. Does that sound appropriate?
That certainly is part of what they do, and there would certainly be more that they would do for Bluegrass, but in terms of directly identifiable line items, those certainly would show up.
Would most of that be characterized as goodwill or marketing?
They're a professional communications firm, and so that can come under sort of different phraseologies. Marketing is one of them, so that's certainly part of it. They have provided a lot of assistance to our social media efforts, customer engagement, those kinds of things. So I certainly would not call all of that goodwill as, I can't speak specifically to Bluegrass, but we have been contacted by customers through Facebook and those kinds of things. So there's some very direct customer service benefits from the work that Elasticity has provided.
Okay. Have they put together anything like a public service announcement to, don't let your pipes freeze tonight?
They have, we lean on them quite a bit for any documentation that is going to be published. They help us produce those types of things. They are also involved in, like I mentioned, social media. So to the extent that those things have shown up on social media, then I'm certain that they have a hand in that. Although I do not, on a normal basis, work directly with them, so I would defer to other witnesses for a definitive answer.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask just a couple more One is about the depreciation. That's, Bluegrass didn't do a depreciation study in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard Mr. Cox say yesterday, and it may have been hyperbole, I don't know, but sometimes financial records are delivered in a shoebox. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember the statement.
So if you tell me what degree of financial records have you received with regard to the things Bluegrass has purchased?
Generally speaking, and I say generally because, there are a lot of acquisitions in this and in other places, but generally speaking, we lean first on the annual report that is filed, and in the absence of that, we may have a depreciated asset study that's conducted by an engineering firm that is not a depreciation study per se, but instead is looking at the assets and assessing what their useful life is and sort of prorating the estimated replacement cost. So those are the places where we generally get the values for acquisition assets.
Okay, so let me ask my question maybe a different way. I'm not sure if it was clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Do you get a depreciation figure from the utility? Let me start again. If the system that you're acquiring is able to give you a current depreciation number, then that's the one that you would use?
Yes. I don't know that I've ever received one directly from a utility and used it. And the reason I say that is because we would always trust an annual report over and above something directly from an owner, unless it were something such as an audited financial statement or something like that. So generally speaking, we would use an annual report filed with the jurisdiction.
Okay, and if that information doesn't exist, then you would just sort of create your depreciation based upon the information that's available to you.
By create depreciation, are you talking about the historic accumulated portion or depreciation on a go-forward basis?
Yeah, the historic, well, really both, the historical and the going forward.
Yeah, so we would, if we had no records that showed the amount of depreciation that was on the books, no reliable records, we would not book depreciation. We would instead book the acquisition at the purchase price in accordance with GAAP.
Okay. Does Bluegrass sell its receivables in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. In CSWR, I assume the answer would be the same there.
That's correct.
Okay. So the last thing I want to talk to you about is we've had some discussions about sort of the ability to attract debt equity or debt capital rather in this case.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not real clear on the questions because I think I've seen it both ways in the record. Would the borrower be Bluegrass Water Utility Operating Company, or would it be there's a intermediate LLC above that, correct? That has a consolidated balance sheet.
That's correct. It's a utility holding company.
Okay, so who would the actual borrower be?
The utility operating company.
Okay, thank you. Has CSWR ever attempted to use its size and just its economy of scale in the marketplace to be able to go out and acquire its own debt?
Debt at the CSWR level?
Yes.
We've had internal discussions about how that might be structured, but have not had any successful instances of lending.
Okay. So theoretically, at least, would it be possible that CSWR could leverage its financial size to be able to attract debt that it could make available to its affiliates?
I'm not a lending expert, so theoretically, I would like to say yes, but I'm not aware of any practical offers or instances where we've engaged a bank who was interested in that. Not to say it couldn't happen, but that's what I know today.
Are you aware of whether it's been explored?
As I said, there's certainly been internal conversations. I'm not aware to what extent it was explored with anyone besides management.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Teese. That's all the questions I have today.
Mr. Bellamy, cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Thies. I had a question regarding, I guess starting out with respect to Mr. Sanford's question regarding the BD expense.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that when CSW or when expenses are allocated to Bluegrass Water, you have from the parent company level, it's kind of a two-step process, I guess. You're first identifying expenses which you identify as business development expenses. And then number two, once you eliminate those business development expenses, you're then using the Massachusetts method to allocate those the remaining costs amongst the regulated utilities in the various states. Is that correct?
The only thing I would add to that, sir, is that before we get to the unallocated portion, we do our best to directly allocate everything possible based on whatever it is, invoices, timesheets, or whatever, to try to minimize the amount that we indirectly allocate. But otherwise, you are correct.
Okay.
Mr. Bellamy, can
Yeah.
I just ask real quick?
Yeah.
Do costs get incurred at the central state level that do not get allocated to anyone?
Yes, in particular, that would be the BD expense line item that we remove from the budget before we do any indirect allocations.
Is that the only expense?
Generally, yes. You know, a lot of expenses and over 4 years, I can't say that there wasn't something else, but in terms of projecting and budgeting, that's correct.
But if Central States is paying for it, if Central States is incurring the cost, somebody's going to pay for it, other than BD expense.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Bellamy.
Oh, you're fine. In your schedule OHA 1, and you can pull it up if you want or not, but you've got in there, you have the SG&A budget, and then you have, you've got the total SG&A budget, then you have BD expenses, and then the remaining amount is the amount that you're allocating. Is the SG&A budget that you include there, does that reflect CSWR's entire budget?
Yes, sir.
And then the amounts that you then are removing, you're removing the specific BD expenses, and then from there you would allocate out to the
That's correct.
systems?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you, and you mentioned that costs that are specifically allocated to those other systems, those would not be included in the SG&A budget for CSWR? The amounts you allocate directly on a per system basis without using the allocation method.
Can you give me a for instance? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Well, I guess I'm just, and Travis, maybe you could pull up schedule OH1 and I can have him just look at it.
Sure.
So are you looking for the base year one, Mr. Bellamy, or the?
Well, I was going to look at both the base and the forecasted.
Okay. So
Okay, I have it.
base and here's the forecast.
Okay, you have it.
I do, thank you.
So if you look at the forecasted period, or if you look at the base period, you have an SG&A budget there on the first tab there, and then you have BD expense being removed, correct?
Correct.
And then below that you have that $5,399,000 number, and that's what's remaining after the BD expense is removed from the SG&A budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned, I mentioned the two-step process, one, removing BD expense, and then two, allocating using the Massachusetts method. And you said, well, there's kind of a third step, and that's taking direct costs and assigning them to specific utilities.
Sure.
Is that done, are those costs budgeted as costs to those specific utilities such that they're not even budgeted as part of the SG&A budget?
Yes. So, and the nature of those would be items that there's some reason or benefit to have them centrally billed, although they directly apply. One of those would be we have a consolidated insurance plan. That plan is based on the value of assets covered, so we know that, but the bill comes to CSWR LLC, and then we allocate that cost down, and it would never be part of the budget that you're looking at on OHA 1.
Okay. And are there BD expenses that are allocated before these BD expenses are removed here, that are allocated before you get to that $6.5 million number?
I cannot think of any at this moment. To say unequivocally, no, never. I don't know that I can say that, but I can't think of any at this moment.
Okay. So in your testimony, or actually before we move on, since this is up, and I'll come back to this BD expense thing, but I did have a question about this. So here at direct expenses on this schedule, those are somewhat larger numbers, and Travis, can you move to the forecasted period? It's the next tab over on this same schedule. Okay, so if you look at, you've got systems with various amounts of money here. Are those numbers in direct expense? Are those, I know this is end of quarter numbers. So for the plant and service, it's the end of quarter plant and service. And for the revenue, that's, for the revenue and direct labor, is that the amount of revenue you would earn in that quarter, or in the direct labor you would expend in that quarter? Or is that the amount of revenue for that quarter and then annualized?
So the revenue is annualized. The direct labor on the Q4 2021, we filed an update to this because that does have quarterly numbers, and we filed a corrected version that has it annualized. That was sort of an antiquated way that we were looking at things, and should never have been filed the way it was. So we filed an updated and corrected version.
Okay. Well, because I guess one thing I'm wondering, some of the numbers, it didn't seem like they changed on the updated version. Some of them changed, but others didn't. So that, like the Hillcrest number, I don't believe ever changed, right, even on the updated version.
Right, but looking at the bottom of that schedule is where we made the error. So particularly the last few that you see, Bluegrass is one of them. Those numbers are different quarter over quarter, and so we filed a corrected version of that. And I don't remember the data request, but we did file that.
Well, I guess my question is, are the Hillcrest numbers that, because the Bluegrass numbers went way up in the updated schedule, and a few others did too, but then there's others that didn't change at all. So I guess that somewhat confused me. If you were using quarter numbers in the beginning and then you switched to annualized numbers, but some changed and some didn't. Right.
And so you're correct in what you're seeing, and that was just all part of making a mistake on that schedule and using quarterly values. In fact, the formulas in the cells indicate which ones we were using quarterly values on, and that we ended up correcting here.
So you're saying in the original some were annualized and some were not. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. The top few were, I believe the top three, Hillcrest, Raccoon Creek, Indian Hills, were annualized. The rest were quarterly, and that was the error that we corrected.
Okay. Back to the BD expense. So over here, if you look at this forecasted period numbers, you've got a total SG&A budget of 11 million. 11.1 million, and then you had the BD expense of 4.7 million, and then reaching a final number of 6.4 million, and that 6.4 million is the amount you're allocating using the Massachusetts method, correct?
Yes.
Travis, if you could pull up, it's the Excel spreadsheet 2 PSC 01C. And we'd ask for a breakdown, I think, of the SG&A budget.
Correct.
And that's in the spreadsheet that Travis is pulling up. And if you could go to the forecasted period, Travis. So when you gave the sum of the SG&A budget here, it was 7.9 million, and then in a later response to request for information, you gave a breakout of the BD expense, and it was like 1.2 million or something like that. Can you explain the discrepancy between those two schedules and what happened there?
I can. I apologize for the confusion. What you're looking at right now on the screen is the 2021 budget. The original schedule anticipated a 2022 budget that has not been completed. So it's completely an estimate. And somewhere in staff's data request, they had asked for a month-by-month breakdown. And so this obviously would be the breakdown related to 2021. And so there kind of is no 2022 breakdown at this level because we haven't planned that budget fully yet. It's simply an estimate, but that's the difference is 2021 versus a 2022 SG&A budget.
Okay, so it's two different budgets, and
Yes, sir.
so looking here at there was a request for information in which you were asked, what's included in that admin and human resources. And in response to other requests for information, you all provided a list of all employees during the forecasted period and employee salaries. And there's questions about whether this admin and human resources would include anything other than the employee compensation. And the answer to that was no, I believe, that would just be the employee compensation. Is that correct?
I struggle to say that unequivocally because I don't remember in particular the data request and the way the question was phrased and the way that we answered that. I think an admin cost that could be included in there would be an expense for using a payroll provider or something. So I'm a bit at a loss without looking at the actual data request.
But as we sit here, you can't say whether or not there's any other expense other than employee compensation in that.
I can say there's nothing else substantial in there, but I can't say that there isn't a payroll expense. And once again, many numbers, many expenses. I just don't remember down to the last dollar everything that went in there.
Okay. When you responded to requests for information regarding how the BD budget or BD expenses were determined, you indicated that there were 3 employees that are specifically designated as BD or business development employees. And on the list of employees, there are 3 designated as business development. So you indicated you excluded all the compensation for those 3 employees, correct?
Yes, sir. And there's a.
So, Mr. Bellamy, could you point us to the response that you're referring to?
Well, how about this? I'll just ask him, is that correct? Is that what you removed? I don't know.
There's also a component of executive salaries that is removed as it relates to their supervision of that function and of those employees. So it's not just those 3 employees, it's some of the executive salaries as well.
Well, yeah, I was about to move on to the 3 things. So it was those 3. I was just making clear that those are, as far as an employee that you removed all the compensation, it was those 3 business development employees only, correct?
Correct.
And then you removed a portion of the officers based on, I think you indicated because they provide supervision for those 3 employees. Is that correct?
And for that function, yes.
And then you removed a portion of the, I think, travel expense or office and travel expense. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. The question I have is, for one, how did you determine the specific amount of the executive officers? How did you determine what amount to remove as business development expense for those employees, or for the officers?
It was a management decision. I don't know that we had. I don't know that we had a lot of obviously a young company. We didn't have a lot of history about that, so it was a management decision to determine that they spend a significant portion of their time on that function, and that it would be fair and equitable to our jurisdictional customers to remove a portion of that. So I don't have an analysis to back that up at this time.
Okay, so there was no like study done or anything to see, you know, this is how long the officers spend on doing business development, this is how much time they spend on the regulated utility customers.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the same with the office and travel expense. Was there any method to determine the amount of that money that should be allocated to business development versus the regulated utility customers?
Yes. So we allocate we budget based on a percentage of each employee's salary for office supplies and travel expense. And I don't have it in front of me, but it's something like 13 to 15%. And so that amount then was deducted from that line item in correspondence with the salary line items of those three individuals.
Okay. Now, are you involved in the acquisitions at all?
Marginally. I mean, I'm aware of kind of what's going on. Where I get involved is normally when the acquisition is very near and it's time to make a cash transfer or to book the acquisition entries.
Okay. And there was some testimony from Mr. Cox regarding kind of the process for acquisitions and sending out contracts and things like that. I guess, has there ever been any discussion of including portions of other employees, for instance, legal staff or financial personnel who work on acquisitions, or administrative staff who work on acquisitions or work for the business development employees? Has there been any discussion of including portions of those expenses among business development expenses as opposed to the regulated utility expenses?
There certainly have been discussions about how to account for folks' time. I would not say we've had advanced discussions about doing that, however.
But you do acknowledge that there are other employees who spend time on business development other than those three employees and the officers, is that correct?
I can only specifically speak to the employees that report directly to me, but I'm certain that there would be some other component of time, yes.
And I'm just moving on, making sure I didn't miss anything. Could you take a look at, I'm looking at Bluegrass Water's additional responses to commission staff's third request for information. And Travis, if you could bring that up. And looking at the response to number 12 to staff's third request for information.
Uh-huh.
You can scroll down a little bit, Travis. So in the SG&A budget that you provided for the base period, and then I guess it was the 2020 budget, Bluegrass Water had, there was line items in the SG&A budget that were for management consulting services, and then there were IT services. And this request for information asked for a breakdown of the vendors or individuals that were in the management and consulting services for 2019 and 2020.
Correct.
And if you could scroll down, Travis, a little more. And if I recall correctly, in the document that we were just looking at, the breakdown of the B&D, you know, you had the management IT and the, you had two separate line items, one for management consulting and then one for IT. Here, this was supposed to be just a management consulting, but some of these appear to be, I guess, IT related. If you can scroll down a little further, Travis. You've got, there in 2000, you have Starnic Systems. Would that be an IT expense?
So can I say that?
Yeah.
Just so there's no confusion. There's a difference between what's budgeted and actuals, and so I think just to confirm, the way I answered this question was with actuals. So who we actually use to perform these services, and so your question was though, do some of these folks would they be IT consultants? Is that correct?
Yeah, my question was, when you answered this question, did you provide the vendors, because these numbers that you provided for the actual are higher than the management consulting budgeted, but they're approximately the same as both the IT and the management consulting, I think, together. So I guess my question is, are these vendors that were doing one or both of those things, like, did you provide a response with respect to both categories, or is this supposed to be just the one category?
2019. So, Mr. Bellamy, I only see Starnic listed in calendar year 2019. Is that correct? Or am I looking at the right thing then?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so 2019 isn't either part of the base year or the forecasted test year.
Well, I know, but my question though is that, are these items here, are these both the management consulting services and the IT services combined, or is this just the IT? Or is this just the management consulting?
Right. I believe that this is just the management consulting, and I would need to verify that for sure, because those are two different general ledger accounts, and the accounts aren't listed here, so that's kind of how my brain goes with this stuff. However, I would point out too that it's actuals versus budget, and certainly there could have been reasons why management decided to go over budget in the management consulting or the IT field in calendar year 2020.
Okay. I'm just looking at some of these. So we got Government Solutions LLC. What would you categorize the work that that company does?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again? I apologize.
Yeah, I'm looking here at calendar year 2022 and looking at some of these line items. You have Government Solutions LLC, legal and regulatory consulting. Do you know what type of work does that company do?
So again, Mr. Bellamy, I see 2019 and 2020, but no 2022.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 2020. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So 2020, you've got Government Solutions LLC, legal and regulatory consulting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, that's as descriptive as I can definitively be. I'm generally speaking not the person who would be signing the agreements with those folks, but I know that as we consider the regulatory landscape, we sometimes have to seek outside experts to understand that.
Is that a lobbying firm? That's one thing I'm curious about.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Okay. Would that be true for all these? Do you not necessarily know what any of these do per se?
That would be true for most of them, that they're not my consultants per se, so I'm not sure what they do.
Which ones would you be able to say what they do, I guess?
I know Tai Chi Consulting is a firm that we use to perform some human resources activities to us. Brennan HR Group was another. Those two firms did not overlap, but they performed similar services for us. And then we've already spoken about elasticity to the extent of my knowledge, and those are the primary ones that I would really in depth know what they do.
Okay. So the others you wouldn't know what they do.
Not in depth, no.
I was so in and I can pull these schedules up, I guess, if necessary. You can go ahead and take that down, Travis. So in Bluegrass's original rate base schedule, there was a 13-month average of utility plant and service of 8.4 million. But in the updated schedule, it was 8.3 million for utility plant and service. And then in the original schedule, I think it was 877,000. And in the update, it was 1.8 million for QUIP. I guess I'll just start with utility plant service. Utility plant service went from 8.4 million to 8.3 million. Do you know what caused that change between the two, between the update and the, or between the original rate base filing and the update?
I don't know specifically, no, why it would go something like that.
Okay. What about the QUIP? The QUIP went from 877,000, I think, to about 1.8 million. Do you know what caused that change?
I can't speak to, the aggregation of individual expenses. There probably would be a lot of reasons why that happened, but I can't speak to it at this time.
In the original, and one thing I did notice in the original versus the new, you included several new accounts. Do you know why that was done? Not talking about specific amounts, but
right.
There was an expansion of accounts. Do you know?
Sure.
Why was that?
As we built the original filing, there were construction estimates and acquisitions to be made, and we certainly didn't have all of the details about what accounts those would end up in. So we estimated which accounts they would go into, and as we got actual data, it turned out there were some accounts that we had not estimated into.
So are these like new systems? Would this be like the systems along with Delaplane, or are these systems from an acquisition from before that?
I believe the update only relates to fiscal year 2020, so it would not include Delaplane, but there was a group of acquisitions that we had not made yet, the Arcadia Pines Randview group, as of the original filing.
And in the original filing in your plant and service, and I think it's partially reflected through into the update, but you had various acquisitions of about $2.1 million.
Are you combining water and sewer with that figure?
I'm sorry, this is in sewer.
Okay.
I should have said that. I apologize.
And can you refer us to a specific tab or schedule?
Yeah, so Travis, if you don't mind just pulling up the original rate base spreadsheet, and I can direct you all to it.
Okay. This is the update. Do I have I don't have the original. It's in.
I think Travis is pulling it up. So, oh, you were on the right one there, Travis. So it's UPIS FYB2. Okay.
Yes.
You see there that 2.1 million there?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I'm sorry, am I looking at the updated version or the original version?
This is the original.
The original version. So that would be the planned acquisitions, and that number would include the Data Plane group of systems. So it would be all the systems that we had not acquired as of the filing date.
So is that the utility plant and service for those systems?
Yes, and again, we didn't have sufficient detail to know exactly which accounts those would go into, and so that's how we included those acquisition costs in the model.
Okay. Travis, if you could move forward to the depreciation calculation for the forecasted test period.
Yeah.
So here, I just wanted to confirm, when you did the calculation here for depreciation, these numbers, you applied the depreciation rate to that column there, the plant investment column. Is that correct?
That would be the design, yes.
Okay. So those numbers there, that's the utility plant and service reflected over from that other spread or that other tab. Those amounts are the ending balances for the forecasted test period. Is that correct?
Which column are you talking about, sir?
On here, it says plant investment sewer.
Okay, yes, that's what those would be.
So those are the ending balances. So when the depreciation is calculated over here in this fourth column, that's by applying the depreciation rate to the ending balance of the utility plant and service for those accounts, correct?
I believe that the depreciation is calculated based on the anticipated schedule of placing those assets into service. But I would need to do the math to figure that out. I'm sorry that I don't know that right offhand.
So would you agree, assuming that it's not based on that, would you agree that it should be based on basically the 13-month average of the utility plant and service for the forecasted test period? Because the 13-month average would reflect the dates that the plant would be placed in service?
Generally speaking, yes.
And did you perform, commission staff had asked for Bluegrass Water to perform a calculation of calculate depreciation using, for both water and sewer, using the NARUC rates. And I guess here, the depreciation rates you used here in the original schedule, I think you all indicated those are based on rates you all have used in other systems, but they're not, it wasn't based on a depreciation schedule or anything like that, correct? Or I'm sorry, it wasn't based on a depreciation study or anything like based on the useful lives of each system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So do you have any reason to think that using those numbers would be any more reasonable than using the midpoint NARUC numbers, which the commission has historically applied to systems when no depreciation study has been conducted?
When you say midpoint NARUC numbers, I do remember a data request where the staff asked that we calculate these figures on a different basis. Is that what you mean when you refer to midpoint?
Yes, it is. I apologize. Thank you for clarifying.
I think our experience, because our plants and assets are similar in other jurisdictions, would lead us to believe that these are the rates that we would prefer, but we understand the commission's authority to direct us.
Okay. Could you explain, and I think Brookline, are you familiar with the residential equivalent ratio applied in the Brooklyn subdivision to the multi-unit customers and how that was calculated?
If I remember correctly, we used what had been used by the prior owners, but I would have to check that because I do not believe that we had any kind of study or analysis to back that up.
I guess that was kind of the question, is what was the basis for doing it in that manner?
Yeah, to my recollection, that is it, but I would have to defer to other witnesses to confirm that that rate design came from prior owners.
Who would be the person to?
Mike Duncan.
Mr. Sanford asked about the contractor PH Enterprises, and I think he asked about, that was in the direct expenses for Bluegrass Water. And I think it was in there for about $2,000 a month, and the invoices that were provided, they're numbered. They're like 4 of 12, 5 of 12, with the final one being in I think September of 2020, indicating 12 of 12. Is it correct that indicates that expense will no longer be incurred from that point on?
That simply indicates that contract is out. Whether we would engage them for other activities relevant to Bluegrass, I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. Can you explain how the residential equivalent was determined for the commercial customers at the Randview and the Persimmon Ridge systems? I think there's maybe one commercial customer at each.
Can you point me to a schedule where we show that?
I actually don't have it offhand. I guess we can ask it as a post-hearing data request if you don't know it off the top of your head.
I do not, and a post-hearing data request would be fine.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I do have just a couple. Do you have your testimony in front of you there?
I can turn to it.
That'd be great. So do you mind to turn to page, I think it's 12, at the bottom of 12, beginning of 13, where you discuss rate base?
The question being, what are the components of rate base included in this filing?
That's right. And you have that 12, and then it goes on to 13. So there's utility plant service, accumulated depreciation, construction work in progress, which I'll call QUIP, cash working capital, or you call it working capital allowance, but I think it's the same thing, cash working capital allowance, and then contribution to construction. I'll call that CIAC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's those are the 5, and you summarized in your testimony, but just to move quicker, because it's already been a long day, just let me know if what I say is inaccurate.
Okay.
Calculate the rate base in the test year, right? For the forecasted and the base period, you take current levels of rate base, right? Or you take current levels of utility plant and service, right? Add the forecasts and then remove the retirements, correct?
That would be correct. Yes.
And then you subtract accumulated depreciation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you add construction work in progress, right?
Yes.
Add working. Go ahead.
I was just going to say there are a number of 13-month averages there, but generally you're correct. Yes.
Right. Sorry. They all need to be congruent, or they all need to be the same, right? If you're going to get 13-month average accumulated depreciation. You use the same for plant and service. But so you add QUIP, add cash working capital, and then take out contribution aid to construction, right? CIAC.
Correct.
Okay. In the test year, in this case, is there any for calculating utility plant and service? There are millions of dollars of forecasted additions, correct?
Yes.
Is there a single dollar of forecasted retirements?
There is not, as we discussed, I believe, with Mr. Sanford before, there is not.
Why not?
I'm not sure I have a good answer other than to say some of the assets were fully depreciated. We recognize the minimal impact that would have, and so we just did not focus there as we prepared our analysis.
Right, but so let's take a step back, because we're talking about starting this calculation with a test year with a beginning balance of utility plant and service, right? So what you're saying is that they were fully depreciated, but
I'm
that's
sorry.
utility plant and service. The additions and retirements come before the offset of accumulated depreciation, right?
Right, but since they are offsetting numbers, the value to the bottom line would be negligible, right? And if I can ask for a clarification, did you say test year or forecast year that you were asking about?
Either.
Okay.
Well, the company didn't pay $0 for all of the assets that it has, right?
That's correct.
They paid money in acquisition, correct?
Correct.
And in reality, not all the systems were fully depreciated, correct?
No, not all of them, by no means.
Okay, so let's just for a second, really quickly, do you have with you the base period update? I think it's it's a 71-page document. It's the base period update, page 36.
Page
36, and it's Exhibit 21, Schedule B4, and at the bottom of the page it says page 34 of 69. Base year update filed March the 19th, 2021. Do you have that?
It's coming. I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. Take your time.
Okay, I'm looking at the page you requested.
Okay, so it has a list of multiple systems on this page, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have plant rehabilitations and flow equalization, Fairview, that plans to take place between September of 20 and September 2001. Do you see that?
Yes.
A total plant replacement for Brockland to take place during September 20th to December 21st. Plant rehabilitation with flow equalization and sludge holding for Fox Run, September 20th, September 23rd. There are multiple final plant rehabilitations, and initial system rehabilitation. Numbering, I want to get this here, numbering over $2 million during that period between September of 2020 and the end of December of 2021, correct?
You are correct.
You're telling me that of those 16 projects, there is not a single dollar of retirement to offset utility plant and service.
That is what is in the model, yes.
Well, that's what's in the model. That's the utility plant and service calculation that underpins the $96 the company is proposing in this case, right?
You are correct.
And I know that's what the model says because we can look at it in this base year update on page 29 of 71. Well, I think it's 29. Hold on one second here. Yeah, it's page 29 of 69. That there are 0 retirements in the forecast period. The
Correct.
12 months ended April 30, 2022. So I know the model says that there are no retirements, but is that accurate? Will there be no retirements?
So so retirements are difficult when you are refurbishing assets. And so it certainly doesn't always correlate to the list of projects as we were looking at before. And again, I would just say that, the net rate base impact would be minimal of any retirements that we may have missed in our analysis.
Okay, so I don't want to get into characterizations of not much or minimal. We have 0.
Correct.
0. And at a $96 proposed charge, every dollar of a retirement would ultimately serve to reduce that proposed rate, correct?
Every net dollar.
Right, every net dollar. That's fair, but there's no, let me ask it this way. Has the company conducted any analysis, one way or the other, to determine the amount of retirement for these, I guess it's at the end year balance, $10 million of capital improvements? Any of the projects that underpin that $10 million ending balance of capital improvements?
I cannot produce a formal financial analysis of that at this time.
So, does it not seem a bit one-sided that all of the forecasted additions are included in such detail, and there is no analysis at all as to whether there would even be retirement costs or retirement offsets?
What do you mean by one-sided?
You only looked at additions and not retirements. There's two we talked about utility plant and service a second ago, right? You take the beginning balance, you add additions, and you subtract retirements. I'm asking, per your question, one-sided in that you only added additions, forecasted additions, correct?
Can you ask your question again? I apologize. I was reading.
To determine rate base, right? You take your beginning balance of utility plant and service, correct?
Correct.
You add forecasted additions. You add capital additions. You remove retirements, correct?
Correct.
And then that's your end balance, utility plant and service, correct?
Correct. Correct.
The company, Bluegrass, for the proposed rates in this case, took the beginning balance, added forecasted additions, and did not study whether or not there would be any retirement amounts. Is that your testimony?
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Those are all the questions I have.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
No, sir.
Okay, I have no questions. Ms. Yunker, any redirect?
I believe I do, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I'm now drowning in paper, and I'm not finding my, Mr. Chairman, is it your intention that we go late tonight so as to
No,
finish up with this?
I was going to suggest if you need some time, that we're probably going to stop in about 10 minutes. We're going to have to come back and finish tomorrow morning. I think we can probably finish by noon. How many more witnesses do you have?
Well, we say at the beginning, we have 3 more that we can offer to provide testimony. That is Jake Freeman, whose name has come up as being referred to quite a bit, and then Todd Thomas and Mike Duncan.
Well, you can, I guess, do your redirect in the morning
Okay.
at 9, and then we can start with your next witness, and we'll just go till we finish.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for getting so disorganized.
No, that's okay. All
My
right, we'll be
computer's
in
about to run out
recess.
of battery. Yeah, but okay.
Chairman, can I ask a very quick housekeeping note?
Sure.
I've been thinking about this since it happened earlier. It may be beneficial for staff to identify that value line, that confidential value line page, and convey it to the counsel for parties, so that they have it, since it is an out of record exhibit.
And Miss Yonker will do the same. She'll make a notice of filing with hers. And I don't know if one of those is confidential, it probably needs to be marked that way, so it'd go into the confidential file.
It would actually be the staff's value line would be the confidential document, so.
Well, you can send it to them and then.
Yes, I can send it
See that's in
and,
the confidential file, or there can be, I don't know, a blank page or something filed in the record that it's confidential, or that it appears in the confidential file. All right, if there's nothing more, then the hearing will stand in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning.